Chapter 1261. Your Highness, you must be tired from your long journey. Please take a rest today. Tomorrow, my master will hold a welcoming dinner for the two of you. You will naturally be able to see my master then. As Yang Yong spoke, he bowed slightly. I will take my leave first. Seeing Yang Yong turn and leave, the third princess, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Brother Crown Prince, this Xianyuan Crown Prince has many talented subordinates. Such a person is actually only his housekeeper. You may not know this, but this Yang Yong was originally the second son of a large family in the Xianyuan dynasty. However, he has been by Xianyuan Mo's side since he was young. This person's ability and methods are extraordinary, and he is also loyal and devoted. He is extremely trusted by Xianyuan Mo's. The Xianyuan Crown Prince is known as the head of the 8 great empires. Brother Crown Prince, is that person really so outstanding? Can he be compared to you? The woman's voice carried a trace of curiosity as she inquired. In her heart, her brother Crown Prince was the most outstanding person. However, she had heard that the Xianyuan Crown Prince was the head of the 8 great empires. Even the monarchs of the 8 great empires did not dare to underestimate this person. This time, her father had also mentioned to her that he wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Xianyuan dynasty. This person was none other than her and him. On this trip, other than accompanying her brother, she also wanted to meet the Xianyuan Crown Prince, Xianyuan Mo's, who was praised and not to be underestimated. Was that person really that outstanding? Was he worthy of her? When Prince Qi Shui heard this, his expression changed slightly. A dark light flashed in his eyes. I also want to meet this Xianyuan Crown Prince. I want to see if he is really that outstanding. On the other side, after making arrangements for the 2 people in the north courtyard, Yang Yong came to the main courtyard. Entering the courtyard, he came to the table and called, Master. Yes, everything is arranged. Xianyuan Mo's was playing chess with Fengjiu. Therefore, he was staring at the chessboard and did not even raise his head. Yes, everything is arranged. They want to meet you, Master. I told them that you will be holding a welcoming dinner for them in your residence. You will meet them tomorrow. He explained the arrangements to him. What's your impression of these 2? He placed a piece, then raised his head to look at Yang Yong. Hearing this, Yang Yong glanced at Fengjiu and paused for a moment before saying, Very outstanding, unexpectedly outstanding. Seeing him look at her before he spoke, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything. Hui Lang, on the other hand, was a little confused. He asked, Old Yang, why do you want to see little Li? This has nothing to do with him, right? On the side, Yi sighed inwardly, thinking, how come this idiot still can't see that the person sitting here is not little Li, but ghost Dr. Fengjiu? Xianyuan Mo's also glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Instead, he said to Yang Yong, get someone to arrange it. I'll meet them tomorrow. Yes. Yang Yong replied before taking his leave. You 2 can leave as well. Xianyuan Mo's gestured for Hui Lang and Yi to leave. Yes. Yi replied. Only Hui Lang stood there and stared at the young man sitting there, then asked, Master, should we send little Li out as well? This kid has been hanging around you all day and doesn't do anything. I think it's better to send him out to sweep the floor, water the plants, and pull out the weeds than to just hang around here. Hearing this, Yi quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. Chapter 1262. Xianyuan Mo's heard this and coldly glanced at him. Hui Lang didn't see it because he heard the youth laughing. He was dissatisfied and stared at him. What are you laughing at? I'm talking to you. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Xianyuan Mo's was about to speak, Fengjiu stood up and motioned him to stay put. Thus, she smiled at Hui Lang. No. Guard Captain, you think you're right, so I'll get up and make room for you. Come, sit here. She went forward and pulled him to the place where she sat just now, which was right in front of Xianyuan Mo's. She smiled and said, You stay here and chat with Master. I'll go sweep the floor, water the flowers, and pull out the weeds. No, Yudari couldn't sit still because Master was staring at him coldly. Even if he didn't say anything, it gave him a kind of frightening pressure, which made him restless and wanted to escape. However, this youth kept forcing him to sit still. It's fine, you stay here and chat with Master. I think you must have a lot to say to Master. Just sit here. I'll go water the flowers first," she said, holding back her laughter as she walked out. "No, don't go." He was scared this time. Let him sit in front of Master and chat with Master. He couldn't do such a stressful job. He wanted to stand up and leave, but who knew that at this time he heard Master's voice. "Where are you going? You're not going to sit?" Xian Yuan Mose coldly glanced at him. Master, I want to go sweep the floor, water the flowers, and pull out the weeds. I want Shally to come back and chat with you, drink tea, and play chess." He smiled embarrassedly and looked at Master's nervous face. "Didn't you say that she was wandering around here?" How can that be? Not everyone can accompany Master to pastime. I'll go find her and bring her back. I'll bring her back now." He quickly stood up and walked out. Humph! Xian Yuan Mose looked at the departing figure and snorted heavily. This idiot. Even the people around him could tell Feng Jiu's identity. He was the only one who was still stupid. He had spent a lot of time with Feng Jiu in the past. He actually couldn't recognize her even when she appeared in front of him all day. On the other side, Feng Jiu walked around after leaving the courtyard. He took out a fruit from his space and ate it as he walked. When he passed by the rockery, he heard a voice. "The servant over there, come here for a moment." She looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman in a gorgeous dress standing in the garden on the other side of the rockery. In the pavilion behind the rockery sat a feminine man in a purple robe. When she saw the two people, she guessed their identities, but she didn't want to pay attention to them. However, since they pointed at her, she couldn't refuse. Thus, after eating the fruit in her hand, she walked around the rockery and slightly cupped her hands in greeting. "Third princess, are you calling this little one?" She smiled and narrowed her eyes as she asked, calmly sizing up the beautiful woman in front of her. Seeing this woman, she finally understood why Yang Yong said she was very outstanding. Chapter 1263. Thinking about it, how could the princess of the Qishui dynasty, one of the 8 great empires, be ordinary? You know me. The Qishui princess was slightly surprised and glanced at the servant. "I know. Everyone in the mansion knows that Prince Qishui and the third princess came to our mansion." Hearing this, she nodded and asked, "Then is your master in the mansion?" Feng Jiu grinned. "He seems to be here, but also seems to be not." The beautiful princess frowned. "What seems to be here, but also seems to be not here?" "I didn't see my master go out, but I also didn't see my master in the mansion, so I don't know if my master is here." "Then where is your master's courtyard?" The Qishui princess asked again. "Third princess, our housekeeper said that a banquet will be prepared tomorrow. At that time, my master will give you two a welcome dinner. You will be able to see my master tomorrow." She smiled and didn't say anything. Prince Qishui, who was sitting in the pavilion, glanced at the figure. His feminine eyes flashed, and he said to the third princess, "How difficult is it to see Xian Yuan Mose? I have many ways to make him come out." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the pavilion. The third princess was slightly surprised. She turned to look at her brother and asked, "Brother Crown Prince, what do you mean? How to make Xian Yuan Mose come out by himself?" When they arrived at the mansion, Xian Yuan Mose should come out to see them. After settling them down, he disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes. At this time, Feng Jiu looked at the figure walking towards her and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She secretly wondered what Prince Qishui wanted to do. Just as she was thinking, she heard a stern shout with pressure coming towards her. "Audacious servant, you are so arrogant and impudent." The stern shout with a powerful pressure came, but Feng Jiu still stood there without moving. She only scratched her head and looked around. Her gaze fell on Prince Qishui with some doubt. "Your Highness, who are you talking about?" Prince Qishui and the third princess's expressions froze. They looked at the manservant, who looked as if nothing had happened, and saw that he could still stand there without moving, as if he couldn't feel the pressure that was pressing down on him. "Kneel before me." Prince Qishui bellowed again with a sullen face. A pressure that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped the manservant in front of him. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. As he retreated, he said, "If your Highness and third princess have nothing else to say, then I'll take my leave." Prince Chishue's eyes flashed when he saw that the servant was retreating as if he didn't feel anything. He suddenly reached out and attacked the servant who was retreating. "You want to leave? Did I allow it?" A sharp chi blade with a suppressive aura struck out. His hand quickly grabbed Fengjiu's neck as he retreated. He seemed to be angry and wanted to break Fengjiu's neck. "Hiss! Stop!" Hui Lang, who had come in search of Fengjiu, saw this scene and his face turned pale with fright. This little Li is Master's treasure. If he was killed by Prince Chishui, then the matter would be serious. As he shouted for the prince to stop, he rushed forward at the same time. However, due to the distance between them and the fact that the Chishui crown prince did not stop because of his shout, he could not help but feel his heart rise to his throat when he saw that the hand was about to grab Xiao Li's slender and fragile neck. He only felt his heart tremble in fear. Chapter 1264. This was because he saw the youth easily avoid Prince Chishui's chokehold. Although it was only a slight movement, the exquisiteness of his movements made him feel incredulous. He vaguely felt as if he saw someone's shadow. I didn't expect Crown Prince Xuanyuan's residence to be filled with hidden talents. Even a lowly manservant has such skills. Prince Chishui narrowed his eyes. His feminine gaze carried a trace of malice as he stared at the manservant who retreated. He was secretly shocked. If even a manservant had such skills, then how many hidden experts were there in this residence that he could not detect? "Your Highness flatters me. I'm just an errand boy," she said with a fake smile. She stared at the two men for a while and said meaningfully, "Prince Chishui, it's best that you don't be too impulsive. After all, you're a guest. Furthermore, my master is very protective. If someone is missing from this residence, he won't let it go easily." After saying this, her lips curled into a cold smile. She glanced at the two men and saw clearly what they were thinking. "Prince Chishui, even if the people in our residence have done something wrong, we should be the ones to teach them a lesson. I hope there won't be a next time when a sudden attack like today will suddenly occur." Hui Lang said. He paused and looked at the two men, saying, "I will truthfully report what happened here today to my master." After saying this, he said to Fengjiu, "Let's go." After all, they were guests here. Prince Chishui watched the two men leave and did not stop them. However, his gaze was gloomy and his heart did not feel good. "Brother Crown Prince, let's go back first." The third princess stepped forward and said. Prince Chishui nodded and looked at the two men who had walked away. Only then did he walk towards the northern courtyard. Seeing this, Princess Chishui hurriedly followed and returned to the northern courtyard. On the other side, Hui Lang led his men away until they reached a tree. He stopped and looked at the person beside him in confusion. He called out tentatively, "Ghost Doctor, Fengjiu?" He called out again because he was very familiar with the way the youth had dodged. It was just like the ghost doctor's movement. He immediately reacted. Hearing this, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "It's not easy for you to recognize me." "Ah, it's really you." Hui Lang saw that she admitted it and could not help but feel astonished. He asked, "Why are you here? And you came alone? You actually sneaked into the residence? That fellow Yang Yong and Ying Yi, did they know?" "The two of them actually didn't tell me about it." "That's too much." He Chishui's words. "How you've offended them." SSS reads SSS. They SSSSSSSSS. Yes, they've gone too far. I'll definitely have Master deal with them. He said angrily, then said, "That's right. Master is in the courtyard. You should go back first. I'll be there in a bit." She replied and walked towards the main courtyard. Chapter 1265. Tell Yang Yong to go over and tell them that if they dare to touch the people in the palace again, they can immediately scram. A low voice filled with anger rang out. This anger was not for any other reason than the fact that the person Prince Chishui wanted to touch was Fengjiu. This was something that he could not tolerate. "Yes," that shadow guard respectfully replied before leaving in a flash. Fengjiu, who was outside, walked in at this time. Seeing the dark expression on the person's face in the courtyard, his heart sunk. He found out so quickly. That's right, there were shadow guards everywhere in the palace. It would be strange if he did not know what happened in the palace. "Are you in a bad mood?" She asked with a smile as she walked to the table in the courtyard and sat down. That Prince Chishue's cultivation is not low. In the future, you have to be careful when you see him. He opened his mouth and reached out to hold her hand. I don't want to see you get hurt. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But that Prince Chishue will be a bit troublesome. She lightly smiled as her eyes flashed with a strange light. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose was slightly surprised and asked, What did you do? It's nothing much. I know that he's a guest in your palace, so naturally nothing can happen to him. So, I know what I'm doing. She smiled as her eyes narrowed. You'll see tomorrow. You'll know tomorrow. Who was she? Who dared to touch her? If she wanted to deal with someone, she only needed to move her finger at any time. Moreover, no one would be able to find any evidence against her. Seeing the confidence in her words and the smile on her face, he did not ask any more questions. After all, no matter what, he had to see those two people tomorrow. He had to be a good host. From that night onwards, Prince Chishue had to go to the outhouse every hour. Moreover, it was the kind that went straight down. Even after taking medicine, it did not stop. It wasn't until the next morning that the completely exhausted Prince Chishue was brought back to his room to rest by the guards. After a night, his entire face was haggard and he looked like he was about to collapse. In the middle of the night, Yang Yong, who had received the news, sent the physicians in the residence over to take a look. The conclusion was that the patient's stomach wasn't in good condition. Although he had taken the prescribed medicine, it didn't stop the diarrhea. Furthermore, as soon as he ate the medicine, he had to run to the latrine. Early morning, Brother Crown Prince, are you feeling better? The third princess stood outside the door and asked worriedly. It was unlikely that someone had tampered with the food, because the two of them had eaten the same food. Moreover, they were in the manor. She felt that it was impossible for Xianyuan Mose to do such a thing. But unfortunately, her crown prince brother had a stomachache at this time, and from last night until now, he didn't even have the strength to speak. You could go to the reception banquet today. I'm afraid I can't. The voice inside was halfway through when the door suddenly opened. A figure holding the door quickly walked out and went to the latrine at the back. Seeing this, the third princess was slightly startled. She glanced at the figure heading towards the outhouse and frowned slightly. Why was he the only one like this? There were physicians in their entourage as well. She had asked them, but they didn't find any other problems. It was just as the physician had said, that his stomach wasn't well because he wasn't acclimatized to the climate. It was noon when the third princess saw that he didn't dare to eat and was resting on the bed with an empty stomach. Only then did she turn and leave. Chapter 1266. Yang Yong came over to take a look and inquired about Prince Chishue's situation. After learning that Prince Chishue was unable to attend, he led the way for the third princess and led her to the front courtyard. Other than the two maidservants by her side, the third princess also had two gray-robed cultivators with her. They all arrived at the front courtyard and sat down in the front courtyard hall under Yang Yong's arrangement. Third princess, please wait for a moment. I will go invite my master. As he spoke, he bowed slightly and walked out. After waiting for a while, just as she was starting to get impatient, she saw a black figure walking towards her with steady steps. That person's back was facing the light, and his features could not be seen clearly due to the lighting. However, the powerful aura he exuded was extremely intimidating. Just his aura alone was already above her crown prince brothers. It was no wonder that this person was ranked first among the crown princes of the 8 great empires. Third princess, this is our master, Yang Yong introduced as he retreated to the side. Only then did the third princess get a clear look at the person who had walked up and sat down. With just one look, her heart began to thump violently. Nervousness, anticipation, joy, and apprehension all surged up in her heart. With just one look, she was completely captivated. She only saw that the person's handsome features carried a hint of resoluteness. His handsome features were as sharp as a knife, and his 2 eyebrows were like swords. His deep black eyes were bottomless and contained an intimidating and domineering aura. Under his tall nose, his thin lips were slightly pursed, and all of these attracted her gaze. In particular, he was dressed in a black robe embroidered with dark cloud patterns and had a jade belt around his waist. His entire body exuded a fierce and restrained, domineering aura of a king and a powerful expert. That kind of intimidating aura did not lose out to her royal fathers, causing her heart to skip a beat. This person, no wonder he was ranked first among the crown princes of the 8 great empires. His brilliance was above everyone else, and no matter how one looked at it, no one else could compare to him. In the past, she had thought that her crown prince brother was already a very outstanding person. However, after seeing him today, Xinyuan Mose finally understood what kind of man was a real man. In this world, there is actually such an outstanding man who gathered the essence of heaven and earth into his body. The domineering aura of a king was incomparably noble, dazzling like the stars in the 9 heavens, causing people to involuntarily fall head over heels and want to kneel at his feet. Fengjiu, who had followed behind her, saw the 3rd princess staring at Xinyuan Mose with a love-struck expression. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and glance at the expressionless man sitting upright. Sure enough, a man's looks were a source of calamity. Why was this man so good-looking? Look at how mesmerized this woman is. She's completely mesmerized. Seeing that the infatuated princess was still in a daze, she cleared her throat and said loudly, "3rd princess, this is my master." Everyone in the hall was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Xinyuan Mose raised his eyes slightly and glanced at her. A trace of a smile flashed across his deep black eyes. As for Yang Yong, he had a gentle and appropriate smile on his face. However, when he heard her words, the smile on his face only deepened. Only the 3rd princess, who was caught off guard by this sudden shout, was so frightened that her delicate body trembled. She hurriedly came back to her senses, and after composing herself, she glanced at the servant who was walking towards Xinyuan Mose and recognized him as the person from yesterday. Chapter 1267. Sit. Xinyuan Mose gestured and didn't say anything else. The 3rd princess's name was Ying Shui. She was both a princess and the #1 beauty in Qishui City. Now, Xinyuan Mose only glanced at her indifferently. His gaze was as indifferent as water, without a trace of emotion. He didn't even show a trace of surprise. She couldn't help but lower her eyes and move forward. She lowered her head, revealing the side of her beautiful face. Her figure was graceful, her steps were light, and her skirt fluttered lightly. She was as beautiful and enchanting as a fairy. Fengjiu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but praise. This woman was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. She looked at Xinyuan Mose and saw him sitting there expressionlessly. He didn't even look at the princess. She couldn't help but find it funny. Was it because she didn't dare to look at the beauty here? She didn't say he couldn't look. Her eyes moved slightly. She stepped forward to the table and poured wine for the 2 of them. Seeing this, Xinyuan Mose looked at her again. When his gaze fell on her, his deep black eyes flashed with either a trace of a smile or a trace of affection. This time, even Princess Ying Shui, who was sitting down, noticed it. She couldn't help but look sideways. Following Xinyuan Mose's gaze, she looked at the servant who was pouring wine. Looking at him, this servant didn't seem to have anything special. But yesterday, when her brother wanted to use this servant to lure Xinyuan Mose out, this servant's performance was somewhat unexpected. She couldn't see any spiritual energy fluctuations on his body, but he should be an expert. Otherwise, how could he avoid her brother's chokehold? However, this crown prince Xinyuan didn't look at a beauty like her. Instead, he looked at a delicate and pretty servant. Could it be that she couldn't compare to a servant? Yang Yong, who was waiting on the side, looked at this scene and couldn't help but find it funny. In the past, he had only heard about the matter between Master and the Ghost Doctor. When he heard Grey Wolf and Shadow say that Master had done many things for the Ghost Doctor that made them flabbergasted, he originally thought that they were exaggerating. After all, his impression of Master had always been noble and cold. It was really hard to imagine how a person like Master could please a woman. However, just by looking at this scene, he knew that he didn't follow his master and must have missed many interesting things. I heard that Prince Qi Shui isn't feeling well. Are you feeling better now? Xinyuan Mose turned around and looked at Princess Ingyu, who was sitting across from him. Perhaps he's not acclimatized, but he is already better. Thanks for your concern, she softly said. Her beautiful eyes were like water, looking at the man full of masculinity. But, and, if you, and you, and. When Yang Yong heard this, he lowered his head and hid the smile in his eyes. Feng Jiu stood beside Xianyuan Mose with a wine jug and looked at the sky. When Princess Ing Shui heard this, the smile on her face froze. Let a housekeeper take me out to play? Then what about him? Can he refuse just because he is busy? Could it be that she was so unworthy of his attention? He didn't even have the mood to accompany her out to play? Chapter 1268. The Qi Shui Empire and the Xianyuan Empire want to form a marriage alliance. I wonder if the crown prince knows about it? She raised her eyes and asked. Her voice was still soft and charming, as gentle as water. Feng Jiu's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the princess. Xianyuan Mose raised his wine cup and took a sip. His deep and magnetic voice was heard unhurriedly. Could it be that the princess has taken a fancy to one of the princes of the Xianyuan Empire? Hearing this, Princess Ing Shui smiled. In an instant, her smile was like a blooming flower. It was extremely beautiful. I know that other than the crown prince, there are other princes in the Xianyuan Empire. However, Ing Shui wants to say that if it's a marriage alliance, Ing Shui will only marry you. Was she confessing on the spot? Feng Jiu looked at Princess Ing Shui with a strange expression. She dared to say it in front of him. This Princess Ing Shui was really something. If it was another man, he would have fainted from excitement after hearing this. Fortunately, the one she had taken a fancy to would not be so easily charmed. Therefore, she wanted to say, Princess Ing Shui, I'm sorry that you're late. This man is already reserved by me. I'm not interested in you, Xianyuan Mose said coldly in a deep voice. There was not a trace of gentleness in his voice. He directly stated his intentions and completely ignored Princess Ing Shui's beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a flower, turning pale in an instant. Since Prince Qi Shui is not feeling well, the princess should go back and take care of him first. If he is not getting better, I can ask someone to send you back to the Qi Shui Empire so that Prince Qi Shui's health won't be affected. Hearing those rude words, Princess Ing Shui raised her eyes and stared at him. Is this how the crown prince acts as a host? Is this how the Xianyuan Empire treats its guests? No, the princess misunderstands. This is how I treat my guests. I've already treated the princess and Prince Qi Shui well enough. His voice paused as he looked at her with a piercingly cold gaze. If anyone dares to make a move on this monarch's people in this monarch's residence, this monarch will definitely order people to kill them on the spot. His deep and dignified voice carried a cold aura. He was telling her that if they were not the crown prince and princess of Qi Shui province, then yesterday's matter would not have been settled so easily. Ing Shui's heart trembled when she was stared at by his deep, dark eyes. She could clearly see the coldness and mercilessness in his eyes and understood that he was not joking around. He really meant it. At this moment, her heart was slightly shocked. This Xianyuan Mose once again gave her a sense of impact that she had never felt before. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to say such words. No matter what, they would have to consider the diplomatic relations between the two countries and leave some face. However, he had said such words. This was clearly telling them that he dared to do what others dared not do. What others might care about, he wouldn't. After a long time, she stood up and bowed slightly. Ing Shui will take her leave first. She turned around and walked out. When she was about to step out of the door, she paused and turned around to look at the man who was sitting upright and said, One day, I will make you marry me willingly. With that, she left. Feng Jiu curled her lips and glanced at the man who was looking at her. She said in a bad mood, Men are trouble. Chapter 1269. Yang Yong glanced at the two of them, smiled, and silently retreated. Feng Jiu sat down at the table, one hand supporting his chin as he stared at him. Suddenly, he smiled strangely and said, Let me tell you something. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and asked, What is it? In the past few years when you weren't around, although I was dressed as a man, I was still able to attract many outstanding young men and women. When I walked on the streets, there were also people who threw fruits at me to express their love. His black eyes smiled and he nodded. Yes, I believe that. Also, you know Mo-chun, right? He said he was the disciple of the Tianji elder and that he would wait for me here. After saying this, the man's face darkened. His handsome brows furrowed and his thin lips pursed. He said sourly and with a bit of seriousness, "Why would he wait for you? That person is a gigolo. You have to be careful. Don't think he's harmless just because he looks like a banished immortal. That kind of person is even more dangerous. You have to know that you can't judge a book by its cover." "Oh, is that so? But I think he's quite good, and he doesn't get close to women." Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "I also don't get close to women. I only get close to you." "Don't get close to women?" she said with a fake smile. "But why do I remember that you have a beauty pavilion in the Yama Palace over there? There are pure ones, enchanting ones, plump ones, and petite ones. It could be said that there are 100 flowers dazzling, each with their own unique characteristics. And once, you even called 2 women over? The women in that beauty pavilion are useful. You know this too. Didn't you go for a stroll there? You should know that I didn't mess around. That matter back then wasn't my idea. It was all Hui Lang's idea." He directly pushed the matter to Hui Lang. Seeing her cross her arms and coldly snort, he hurriedly changed the topic. "There's a restaurant in the city that makes exquisite and delicious dishes. How about I take you to try it?" Hearing this, she smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to bring the number 1 beauty, Princess Ing Shui, who confessed to you? If she wants to go out, Yang Yong will take her. By my side, the only woman will be you." Hearing this, she felt much better. "All right then, I'll eat with you." Xinyuan Mose couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. After standing up, he held her hand and walked out. Their good mood wasn't ruined by Princess Ing Shui's appearance. Even though Feng Jiu was jealous, he was still happy in his heart. After leaving the mansion, the 2 of them sat in the carriage with Ing Yi accompanying them. The 3 of them simply went to a restaurant in the city. In the northern courtyard, Princess Ing Shui was listening to a gray-clothed man's report. When she learned that Xinyuan Mose had brought that servant out, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "Who is that servant?" A young man actually caught his eye. It said that he's the distant nephew of the outer courtyard's manager. His name is Li Daniu. The gray-clothed man said, "The distant nephew of the outer courtyard's manager, Li Daniu?" She sneered. "That young man doesn't look good, but his skills are extraordinary. Happy to be Li Daniu." Chapter 1270. In a restaurant, when the shopkeeper saw that the person who came in was the crown prince, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness." Xinyuan Mose waved his hand and didn't say anything. He just glanced around. He stepped forward and ordered, "Prepare a private room for His Highness." The shopkeeper looked embarrassed. "What's wrong? Are there no more private rooms?" Yi asked. "Today's private rooms are all taken, but it's okay. I'll go up and discuss with them to make a room for Your Highness. Your Highness, please go to the 2nd floor and have a seat." He invited him upstairs and planned to discuss with the people in the private room. After all, he was the crown prince. His prestige spread far and wide. If he wanted a private room, he only needed to say a word. He believed that the people in the private room would let him have a seat if they knew it was the crown prince. Since there are people in the private room, it's the same for us to have a private room. Let's find a window seat on the 2nd floor. Xinyuan Mo said. He then said to Feng Jiu beside him, "The view from the private room on the 2nd floor is better. We can see the bustling scene on the street." "Well, then we'll have a private room." Feng Jiu nodded. The shopkeeper couldn't help but look at the young man in the servant's uniform. When he heard them say that a private room was good, he hurriedly stepped forward and led them. "Your Highness, this table is good. This table has the best view." When the shopkeeper saw Xinyuan Mo sit down and the young man in the servant's uniform also sit down in front of His Highness, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. When he saw the guard in black standing behind His Highness, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What would Your Highness and this young master like to eat?" He had seen all kinds of people. At this moment, if he still didn't know that this young man was not a servant, he would have lived in vain. He didn't dare. In the entire Xianyuan Empire, there were only a few people who dare to eat and sit with His Highness. I'll have one of your specialties and a golden crispy skin roll. All right, I'll get someone to prepare it right away. The shopkeeper replied and hurriedly retreated. All kinds of delicacies were placed on the table, and the aroma filled the air. Even before eating, Feng Jiu could not help but swallow his saliva just by smelling the aroma. It looks delicious. Hearing this, he chuckled and picked up his chopsticks to help her. Eat it while it's hot. Eat more if you like it. You're too skinny. How am I thin? You're obviously the same. You haven't lost any weight. You didn't lose weight? But why do I look thinner? His burning gaze stared at her flat chest, his handsome and resolute face carrying a trace of ridicule. Feng Jiu raised his eyes and met his gaze. He couldn't help but spit. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat your food. Hearing this, Xianyuan Moses' lips curled up in delight. He ate some food like a greedy cat, then picked up more for her and said, Eat slowly. We have plenty of time. The people at the other tables on the second floor couldn't help but be stunned. They thought that there was something wrong with their eyes. They rubbed their eyes and looked again. They still saw His Highness the Crown Prince picking up food for a servant. They couldn't help but wonder, who is this servant? Chapter 1271. Not long after, one of the kitchen staff carried a small table to Xianyuan Moses' Feng Jiu's table. Your Highness, this is the last dish. It's the golden, crispy skin roll. The manager said from aside, Roast duck. Feng Jiu was startled. Looking at the golden roast duck and the side dishes, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is the three-colored spirit duck, the signature dish here. Look, this spirit duck only has a thin layer of meat on its skin. The skin is crispy and juicy, fat, but not greasy. It is fragrant and has a unique taste. Xianyuan Mose said, and a smile appeared in his eyes because he saw the person sitting across from him had a greedy expression. Feng Jiu stared at the knife in the chef's hand. She watched as he cut the duck's skin with a few strokes. Each layer of skin only had a thin layer of meat. In fact, she really wanted to say that she had eaten this before, but the taste was probably different. Please enjoy. He folded the golden, crispy skin roll into a plate and placed it in front of the two of them. After adding some sauce, he retreated. Xianyuan Mose picked up a piece for her. Try it. You should eat too. Don't just watch me eat. You haven't eaten much yourself. She also picked up a piece for him as she spoke. All right, he replied and ate with her. Seeing her eat happily, his heart was also satisfied. After the two of them finished eating, they drank a cup of tea to calm down. Only then did they walk around the city together. At the same time, in the imperial palace, the king already knew that Xianyuan Mose did not accompany the Qishui's third princess and instead accompanied a manservant for a stroll outside. Who was that manservant? He asked in a low voice as he stared at the hidden guard below. It is said that he is the distant nephew of the steward of the palace's outer courtyard. He has only been in the palace for a few days, but His Highness is very fond of him. The hidden guard reported. An unrelated person can make him condescend to accompany him out to play, eat, and drink? Investigate. Find out the background of that person for this emperor. Yes. The hidden guard replied and quickly left. In the evening, Yang Yong, who had returned to his residence, went to the main courtyard. Master. He bowed, glanced at Feng Jiu, and nodded slightly. Feng Jiu also returned the gesture. Seeing that they had something to talk about, he said, I'll go out for a walk first. You guys talk. When Xianyuan Mose saw this, he didn't stop her. Instead, he looked at Yang Yong and asked, What's the matter? There's a secret letter from the palace saying that the monarch is furious. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose raised his eyebrows and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. The monarch knows that master did not accompany the Qishui, third young master, but accompanied a manservant out to play and eat. He is very unhappy. I am worried. He was worried that the monarch would make a move on Ghost Dr. Feng Jiu because his identity was unknown. Moreover, the monarch has just sent someone to summon master to the palace. Hearing this, Xianyuan Moses' deep black eyes flashed with a faint light and said, Amen, have someone prepare a carriage. This emperor is also about to enter the palace to explain things to him, in case he really plans to use this emperor to form a marriage alliance with Qi Shui. Yang Yong hesitated for a moment and said, Master, although the ghost doctor's identity is the princess of the Phoenix dynasty, the difference in strength between a 6th-ranked country and the 8 great empires is not just a little bit. The monarch is also a person who places great importance on family. I'm afraid that he will not easily acknowledge the ghost doctor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his deep voice carried a dignified tone. This emperor's woman, this emperor's approval is enough. Why does she need someone else's approval? Chapter 1272. In the main hall of the imperial palace, the monarch, who was sitting on the main seat, stared sharply at Xian Yuanmo's. He asked in a low and dignified voice, What did you just say? Say it again. At this moment, the pressure of a superior was unleashed, accompanied by a powerful, intimidating aura that directly pressured Xian Yuanmo's. I said, I will decide my own marriage, he said again. His voice was firm and unyielding, and he had no intention of backing down. Hearing this, the monarch's heart burned with anger, but he did not flare up. He suppressed the anger in his heart and stared at the figure standing upright below. This son of his was extremely outstanding in every aspect. He believed that in the future, his son's achievements would surpass his own. Therefore, he knew that forceful suppression would not work. Therefore, after he calmed down, he asked slowly, Decide your own marriage? Do you already have someone in your heart? Which country's princess? Or which family's daughter? Or which clan's genius? Father, you will know this in the future. He did not intend to tell him about Fengjiu now. From a moment he intended to marry Qi Shui, he knew that he could not bring Fengjiu to him. Otherwise, once he knew about Fengjiu's identity, he would definitely kill him. The monarch's eyes flickered. Seeing this, the monarch's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and said, Fine, since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. I believe that you have your own ideas. The woman that you've taken a fancy to can't be too bad. However, you have to know that you're the crown prince of Xianyuan Kingdom, second only to one person. Your status isn't something that others can compare to. The woman that can stand beside you must be extremely outstanding. Otherwise, not only will you lose face, but also the face of our Xianyuan Kingdom. I understand, he replied. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. He then turned around to leave. Wait. The monarch stopped him and asked, I heard that you are very fond of a servant in your residence. You even accompanied a servant out to play, but left Prince Qi Shui and Princess Qi Shui in your residence. Is this true? Father, you're really well informed. He looked at him, his cold face expressionless, and said, That person is not a manservant. He saved my life before. A few days ago, he came to the imperial city, so he accompanied her to walk around the city. As for Prince Qi Shui and Princess, I believe that Imperial Father has also received the news. They're not acclimatized to the climate, and their bodies are not well. It is only today that they are slightly better. Hearing this, he was silent for a while, then said, I have arranged to go hunting in the Jiuchong forest in 2 days. At that time, Prince Qi Shui and the princess will be there. You should accompany them on behalf of your father and let them have fun. Since that manservant is your savior, bring him to the palace some other day and let me see him. All right, he replied. Then he bowed and turned to leave. Seeing him leave, the monarch's eyes flashed. He waved his hand, and 2 men in black appeared from the shadows. Keep an eye on him. If that manservant goes hunting in the Jiuchong mountain, test him for me. Yes, the 2 men in black replied, and retreated in a flash. Even their breaths were completely concealed. Back in the residence, Xianyuan Mose went to see Fengjiu, and then went with her to the north courtyard. How much did you drug him? He asked as he walked. Chapter 1273. I think you should pay more attention. It would be best if you could leave a deep impression on him. There was a hint of a smile in his deep voice. He held her hand and said, My father said that we'll go hunting in 2 days. I'll lead the team and bring the 2 of them to play. I think that if he can't get out of bed by then, this matter can be avoided. Hunting? I want to go too, she said excitedly. After all, He's the crown prince of Chishui province. I can't let him stay in bed forever. This is enough. Anyway, I've vented all my anger. If he dares to touch me again, it won't be too late for me to teach him a lesson. This Prince Chishui is an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. His cultivation was cultivated by accumulating a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Your cultivation has also entered the nascent soul realm. However, the difference is that you relied on yourself to become a nascent soul cultivator. In terms of fighting strength, I believe that you won't lose to him. Hearing this, she said, after I came here, I found that there are many nascent soul cultivators. Some of them are only shopkeepers in some treasure shops. You have to know that kind of strength is already at the level of an ancestor where we come from. Even the waiters in the restaurants and inns have foundation establishment cultivation. Every place is the same. There are strong and weak people. Here, people who are too weak can't survive. Here, even ordinary people have spiritual masters. However, spiritual masters are too weak here. They can't even compare to foundation establishment cultivators. They can only do the most menial tasks. As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he saw that they were about to reach the northern courtyard. He stopped and looked at Fengjiu beside him and said, "My father asked about you today. I only said that you saved my life. He asked me to bring you to the palace some other day." As he spoke, he reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Even though he didn't say anything, I can still feel a trace of killing intent from him. Therefore, I don't plan to bring you to see him now. Hearing this, her eyes flashed and she smiled. Don't worry. Since I've decided on you, I won't change my mind for any other reason. Even if your imperial father stops me, I'll make him nod his head in affirmation one day. She smiled and said, "It's right in front. Let's go." Yes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. His deep gaze carried a touch of gentleness as he moved away from her and walked towards the northern courtyard. When Princess Yingxue saw Xianyuan Mo's come to the northern courtyard to visit her brother, the crown prince, she was a little surprised. However, she still bowed and invited him into the courtyard. When she was about to enter the room, she saw the servant by Xianyuan Mo's side, and she was a little unhappy. It was him again. This young man was clearly wearing the clothes of a manservant, but there wasn't the slightest bit of humility from head to toe. He also didn't know what respect was. People who didn't know him would think that he was some kind of big shot. He didn't even greet her when he entered the room. He just ignored her, a princess, and followed Crown Prince Xianyuan into the room. She remembered that her brother only acted strangely after he made a move on this young man. She couldn't help but guess that her brother's current state was because of this young man. Is Prince Chishui feeling better? In the room, Xianyuan Mose came to the bedside and looked at the extremely weak figure lying on the bed. Chapter 1274. That's good. Xianyuan Mose nodded. He looked at the pale-faced Prince Chishui and said, "The 9-tier mountain is the royal hunting forest. I would like to invite the two of you to go hunting in 2 days. Would you be interested?" Princess Yingxue was slightly startled and hesitated. Hunting? Would her brother be able to go hunting in 2 days with his current condition? Although she was worried, she did not dare to reject. Therefore, she looked at her brother who was lying on the bed. "Since Crown Prince Xianyuan has invited me, I will naturally go with you," Prince Chishui said as he gestured to the guards beside the bed to help him up. After he sat down on the bed, he looked at Fengjiu, who was wearing a servant's uniform beside Xianyuan Mo's, and said, "May I know who this person is?" Xianyuan Mo's glanced at Fengjiu beside him and said, "She is my attendant." "So she is an attendant. Would your highness be willing to part with her? I am willing to use 10 chests of treasures to exchange for your servant." His gaze was fixed on Fengjiu because he was sure that the servant was the reason why he was lying here and speaking weakly. Hearing his words, Xianyuan Mo's face darkened, and the aura around his body became oppressive. He was like a lion about to fly into a rage. His deep and sharp eyes stared coldly at the Chishui crown prince, and he released all of his might. Not only was the Chishui crown prince's weak body unable to withstand it, but the atmosphere in the room also became oppressive. The air seemed to have condensed, and even breathing became difficult. Due to the strong pressure spreading in the room, two gray-clothed, middle-aged men beside the crown prince of Qishui province walked out and blocked the side of the bed. They blocked the pressure for the pale-faced Prince Qishui and protected the chaotic qi and blood in his body. Prince Qishui, you better think twice before you speak next time. Xinyuan Mo stared at him coldly and said, Not everyone can covet the people around me. Prince Qishui's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His words could make Prince Qishui react like this. It was obvious that this person was not as simple as a servant or a confidant. Prince Qishui could hear the man's strong and domineering possessiveness in his tone. Your Highness, my brother didn't mean it that way. Princess Shui said to ease the atmosphere. He was just joking. However, Prince Qishui laughed and said, No, I wasn't joking. I'm really interested in this servant. However, since your Highness is unwilling to part with him, then so be it. I've heard that there are many capable people around Prince Xianyuan, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to experience them. His gaze landed on Fengjiu, who was standing quietly at the side. Wasn't it because he fell for Fengjiu's trick that he ended up in such a sorry state? Xianyuan Mo stood with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly and was slightly displeased. This was because he saw Prince Qishui staring straight at his woman. Even though Fengjiu was wearing a servant's uniform, he still felt that this man was an eyesore when he saw him staring at his woman like that. Since Prince Qishui is fine, then I'll return. 2 days later, I'll wait for the two of you to go hunting in the 9 mountains. He walked out as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this, Fengjiu also left. Soon, they left the north courtyard and went to the main courtyard. Chapter 1275. It's fine, it's just a hunt. His eyes darkened as he spoke, staring in the direction that the two people had left in. In the evening, after dinner, the two of them sat across from each other. Xianyuan Mose looked at Fengjiu sitting across from him. Staring at her servant's clothes, he asked with a smile, Didn't you say that you would stay here for a few more months? Are you planning on staying by my side dressed like this? Aren't you going to wash off the disguise on your face? Fengjiu rested her chin on her hands and looked at him with a smile. Then what do you want to see me like? Wearing women's clothes? Seeing the faint expectation in his eyes, she laughed and said, You really want to see me in women's clothes? Being stared at and teased by her, Xianyuan Mose's ears turned red and his face became a bit uncomfortable. He looked away and coughed. You look very beautiful in women's clothes. So you're saying that I don't look good in men's clothes? Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at the man with red ears. That's right, that's right. How could she forget that this man was a cold and arrogant man? Thinking of how she looked like in men's clothes, he stared at her and said, Men's clothes are handsome and evil. Women's clothes. How about women's clothes? She tilted her head and asked. The man opposite her had a pair of deep black eyes that shone like the stars in the night sky. He stared at her and said, Women's clothing, enchanting and moving. She who had changed into a red dress was indeed incomparably beautiful, enchanting and moving. Even when he saw her, he couldn't help his heart beating fast and couldn't look away. However, she rarely wore women's clothes, and her enchanting and evil appearance in women's clothes was even rarer. Every time he thought of how she had intentionally seduced him, his body would become restless. In the past, he had rarely been aroused. Even if he was aroused, it would be suppressed by the 1,000-year cold qi in his body. However, ever since the cold qi was dispelled, coupled with the fact that he had cultivated an extremely masculine cultivation method, and now that she was by his side, it was a test for him. Fengjiu looked at him and couldn't help but feel amused. A woman would doll herself up for her lover. Logically speaking, now that she had come to his side, she shouldn't be wearing a manservant's uniform with a face that he didn't recognize. At first, she didn't think much about it and thought that it was fine. However, after hearing his words and seeing his expectant expression, her eyes turned slyly. She took a sip of tea and said with a smile, But I like to wear men's clothes. What should I do? Hearing this, he looked at her, his gaze moving from her smiling face to her chest. He frowned slightly, as if he was troubled. Wearing men's clothes all the time won't help you develop well. Puff. Ha ha ha. Feng Jiu burst out laughing. After putting down the tea in his mouth, he laughed out loud. Feeling a little uncomfortable from her laughter, he glanced at her with some embarrassment and annoyance. What's so funny? This is the truth. With her growing body, her chest would not develop well if she kept it restrained. The shadow guards in the shadows heard the two's meaningless words and couldn't help but grin. Especially their master, so he was actually this kind of person. Chapter 1276. What did they say about being handsome in men's clothing and enchanting in women's clothing? Forgive them for not being able to tell. In the courtyard, the two people who were talking in the courtyard were startled when they heard the hidden guards unable to hold back their laughter. That's right, they had only cared about themselves and had forgotten that there were hidden guards here. Thinking about how the hidden guards had overheard their meaningless conversation, Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. She couldn't hide the smile in her eyes as she stared at the uneasy man. AI, this arrogant and coquettish man, was so cute. She couldn't help but want to tease him a little. What should she do? Xianyuan Mo's voice suddenly sounded. His deep gaze swept across the surroundings. Retreat 10 meters away. Block your ears if you're not supposed to hear. When his voice fell, Feng Jiu saw that there were faint sounds coming from several places. It was obvious that the hidden guards had retreated. I don't mind them eavesdropping. Xianyuan Mo glanced at her and said, All right, let's not talk anymore. This lord is going to take a bath. He stood up and ordered the people outside to prepare water for a bath. Feng Jiu's eyes lit up. Take a bath? Do you want me to help you take a bath? No need, he said unhappily. This woman, she was deliberately trying to anger him. Seeing him turn around to glare at her and then walk inside, her gaze turned and she said with a smile, How about we take a bath together? When her voice fell, the man who was about to step onto the stairs in the courtyard tripped and his footsteps faltered. AI, be careful. Don't get too excited. If you fall, it will damage your dignified and mighty image, she said while holding back her laughter. A certain someone turned around. His tense face was dyed with a faint blush, and his expression was awkward and embarrassed. He looked at the woman who was holding back her laughter and immediately strode back. While she was still in shock, he picked her up and walked into the room. What are you doing? Feng Jiu was caught off guard and carried horizontally into the room. Feng Jiu couldn't help but be startled and hurriedly held onto him to prevent him from falling. Xianyuan Mo saw her panicked look and finally smiled with satisfaction. He snorted, Didn't you say you would help Benjun bathe? You still want to bathe with this lord? What were they waiting for? Come over now. Don't do it, okay? I was just joking, she said embarrassedly. If they really took a bath together, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist turning into a wolf. Really? This monarch is not joking, he scoffed. After entering the room, he carried her to the bed and pressed her down. Staring at the woman trapped under his body, he was in a good mood. He felt as if his heart was flying. He teased her just like how she had teased him before. With a serious expression, he said, How about this? This monarch will help you bathe. Feng Jiu's lips twitched. He felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. That's not good. She wrapped her hands around his neck, but her expression was serious. What's not good? He asked with a smile. We haven't gotten married yet. That's crossing the line. We need to be polite. On your right. He nodded in agreement. Seeing her expression relax, he thought for a bit and said, But this monarch is the man you're engaged to, your fiancé. Tell me, shouldn't I ask for some benefits of being a fiancé? Chapter 1277. His gaze became deep and dark, his throat unconsciously moving as he stared at the woman smiling like a flower. He curled his lips. No, it should be like this. As soon as his voice fell, he leaned down, burying his head in her neck and bit down. So ticklish, ha! Feng Jiu let out a low cry, shrinking her neck. Then she laughed out loud, pushing him away, who knew that the man saw that she was ticklish and directly tickled her. Don't play ha-ha. Don't play ha-ha. Uncontrollable laughter came from the room, accompanied by pleas for mercy. Hearing this, the shadow guards who had retreated 10 meters away looked at each other and grinned. Hui Lang and Ying Yi, who were walking, overheard the laughter coming from the room in the courtyard. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks, especially Hui Lang. His face was full of curiosity, as if he wanted to sneak a peek, and he really couldn't help but walk forward. Ying Yi, who was behind him, rolled his eyes speechlessly and quickly reached out to pull him back, asking in a low voice, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to take a look." Hui Lang turned back and said matter-of-factly, "What are you looking for? Didn't you hear that it's Master and the other two inside?" Hui Lang grinned, saying, "I heard, but look at how they're laughing. I don't know what they're doing inside. I'm just going to take a peek." Master won't know." "Master won't know? All right then, you go. If anything happens, don't look for me." He withdrew his hand and didn't pull him back. He crossed his arms and retreated to a tree not far away, leaning against it to watch. This idiot, Master and the ghost doctor, were cultivating their relationship inside, and he wanted to see? Then let's go see. He didn't believe that Master wouldn't find out. "Chi, Ying Yi, you're too timid. This won't do. It's fine, you just wait here. I'll sneak over to take a look and then come back to tell you." He turned back and said to Ying Yi. Then he walked lightly and crept forward step by step. When he came to the corner of the room, he pressed his ear against the wall and listened for a while. Then he quietly opened the window, intending to take a peek inside. "Ha! Don't! I can't!" Out in the room, Feng Jiu was tickled by his hands. He laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath and begged for mercy. This was the first time she knew that this usually serious and cold man actually knew how to tickle people. She laughed to death. "Do you still dare to do it next time?" He stopped and looked at her with a smile in his deep black eyes. "No, I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare." With great difficulty, she finally managed to catch her breath and hurriedly promised. As she spoke, the two of them were startled because they heard a faint sound. Thus, after looking at each other, they both looked towards the window at the same time. Xin Yuan Mose picked up a pillow from the bed. When he saw a head pop out of the window, he threw the pillow at it. Bang! "Ah!" Hui Lang cried out in alarm and hurriedly shrank back. He only heard the heavy sound of that thing hitting the window, scaring him so much that he wanted to scramble out. However, before he could leave the courtyard, the door opened and a familiar voice filled with anger sounded. "Stop right there for Benjun." Chapter 1278. "Mas, Master, I hope I didn't disturb you." He turned around and smiled awkwardly, looking at him fawningly. But when he saw his master's dark expression and the pressure he was emitting, he felt his scalp go numb. Feng Jiu leaned against the door and looked at Hui Lang with her arms crossed. She knew it was this idiot. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't do something like peeping. All right, although she had peeped before, she was an exception. "Ying Yi, this subordinate is here." Ying Yi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at Hui Lang and said, "Hang him upside down under the tree in the front yard and hit his laughing acupoint. Let him laugh until dawn." Hui Lang's eyes widened, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Master, don't. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so curious to see what you were doing inside. But I really didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything." Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. She raised her head and looked at the sky. "This clown. Take him away." Xin Yuan Mose waved his hand. "Yes." Ying Yi responded and stepped forward to drag Hui Lang away. Master." He cried out miserably, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to beg the ghost doctor for mercy. After all, her identity was a secret, and only the few of them by his master's side knew. If he shouted out, wouldn't everyone in the manor know? Thus, Hui Lang was hung upside down in the front yard where people were coming and going. He couldn't stop laughing there. As for the courtyard, Feng Jiu saw that only the two of them were left. She smiled and said, "The night is perfect. I'll go out for a walk." She quickly rushed out. Xin Yuan Mose raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Don't come back too late." Hearing the words behind her, Feng Jiu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. She steadied herself and looked back. She heard his voice again. "I asked the kitchen to stew some bird nest for you to nourish your body." Hearing this, she blinked her eyes and revealed a joyful smile. "Got it." As she spoke, she waved her hand and flashed out. While Xin Yuan Mose was taking a bath, Feng Jiu went to the front yard. She saw the figure hanging upside down from the tree, trembling with laughter. When she saw Hui Lang, she walked over. Hui Lang, how does it feel to hang upside down and enjoy the night breeze? She sat down on a rock and looked at the laughing Hui Lang. No, not good. He was laughing so hard that he was about to cry. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so curious as to sneak a peek. It would have been fine if he had really seen something, but he had been hung here without seeing anything. He felt so wronged. How can not be good? I think it's pretty good. Look, it's windy here, and there's a night view to enjoy. No one will disturb you. It can't be any better. She supported her chin with one hand and smiled with her eyes narrowed. Besides, you dared to peek, so you have to bear the consequences. Don't blame your master. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. You know this too. All right, I'll chat with you here for a while, okay? Keep laughing. It's fine. If your voice becomes hoarse tomorrow, I'll treat it. Don't ha. Chapter 1279. She smiled as she watched his face turn pale after hearing her words. She comforted him. Don't be nervous. I was just saying. I'll do it next time. I won't dare to do it next time. Hui Lang hurriedly expressed his stance. Even if you beat him to death, he would never dare to peek at them again. Luckily, it was his master who punished him today. If it was the ghost doctor, then he would really be in for a tragedy. Moreover, he didn't know her and was just saying it casually. It was just that he hadn't seen her for a long time, so he had almost forgotten that he had suffered a lot at her hands. Feng Jiu chatted with Hui Lang for a while. All right, most of the time, it was her talking while Hui Lang laughed. Only when she estimated that Xian Yuan Mose should have finished bathing did she stand up and say to Hui Lang, all right, I won't accompany you anymore. You can laugh here slowly, but don't laugh so scary. It's so late at night. If you laugh so loudly and hoarsely, it'll really scare people. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and walked towards the main courtyard while Hui Lang couldn't stop laughing. When she returned to the main courtyard, she saw a certain person sitting at the head of the bed in his underwear reading a book. Seeing her come in, he raised his eyes and glanced over. You're back? The bird's nest is on the table. Quickly eat it while it's hot. Feng Jiu looked at the table and saw a stew pot and a small bowl. She asked, have you eaten? I don't really like this. You eat it. He flipped through the book in his hand and didn't even raise his head as he spoke. Seeing this, Feng Jiu sat down at the table and scooped up a bowl to eat. Compared to normal bird's nest, this bloodbird's nest was more nourishing and nutritious. The taste of the egg white was also very strong, and the texture was very smooth. Xian Yuan Mose said he didn't want to eat, so she ate it herself. Bird's nest didn't have any effect on men, so this kind of bird's nest was only suitable for women. What book are you reading? She glanced inside and asked. What book was this guy sitting on the bed reading? Was he so engrossed in it? When Xian Yuan Mose heard this, his hand paused in the middle of flipping through the book. He glanced outside to make sure that she couldn't see him, then cleared his throat and said, it's a Tao Te Ching. Even he felt a little embarrassed to lie through his teeth, and his expression became a little uncomfortable. After estimating that she would finish eating, he closed the book. The cover was indeed a copy of the Tao Te Ching. As for whether the content inside was the Tao Te Ching or not, only he knew. She watched as he closed the book and stuffed it under the pillow. Only then did he get up and walk out. He came to the table and sat down. Seeing that she had finished the stew, he said, tomorrow night, I'll ask the kitchen to stew some cordyceps soup for you. Take turns to eat. If I eat like this every day, how will I become fat? She put down the bowl and asked with a smile. Hearing this, he looked at her thoughtfully. I heard that it feels better when you're fatter. Feng Jiu rolled her eyes. As expected of a man, his way of thinking was different from a woman's. It's getting late. I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. She stood up and said. She planned to go back to take a bath and have a comfortable sleep. She thought about what he said earlier and thought about how to give him a surprise. And go back and sleep early. He nodded and didn't ask her to stay because they were in the same courtyard. After sending her out, he went back to bed to rest. Chapter 1280. 2 days later, Prince Qi Shui, who had finally recovered, and the third princess came to the front courtyard. Today was the day of the hunt, and they wanted to take advantage of the hunting opportunity to see how skilled Crown Prince Xianyuan was. Early in the morning, the people accompanying them were already waiting outside the residence, while they waited inside for Xianyuan Mo's. It wasn't until about an hour later that the black figure finally arrived. The servant was still following behind him, causing the two of them to squint their eyes. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he glanced at the two of them and said in a low voice, "This round trip should take 3 days. Are Prince Qi Shui and Princess ready?" Prince Qi Shui replied, his gaze falling on Xianyuan Mo's. "We are also people who often go out to train, so it's easy for us to travel. Even our clothes are changed into hunting clothes, and we're only waiting for Crown Prince Xianyuan. Since that's the case, then please. The horses have already been prepared." Hearing this, the two of them walked out of the residence and jumped onto the horses that had been prepared. Xianyuan Mo's walked out from behind, and Yi led a black horse over. He did not immediately jump onto the horse, but glanced at Fengjiu beside him. "I'll ride this one." Fengjiu smiled and pointed at the white horse that Yang Yong had led over. "Stay by my side and don't stray too far," he said in a low voice, then jumped onto the horse and sat on its back, looking at her standing below. "Okay," Fengjiu replied. After taking the horse that Yang Yong had led over, she also did a beautiful flip, straddling the horse and following beside him. Prince Qi Shui saw this, and his gaze fell on the young man in the servant's clothes again. After sizing him up, he looked away. Behind them, Yi and Hui Lang accompanied them, as well as a group of guards from the mansion. There were only 20 to 30 people on their side, while Prince Qi Shui's side also had 20 to 30 people. In total, there were 50 to 60 people forming a large group and heading towards the 9th mountain. Yang Yong, who had stayed behind to guard the residence, watched them leave before turning around to return to the residence. They also arrived at the imperial city. They spurred their horses and galloped all the way. In less than half a day, they arrived at the 9th mountain. The 9-layer mountain was divided into 9 layers. It was said to be the royal hunting forest, but because it covered a vast area, even the royal family members couldn't explore all of it every time they came here to hunt. Inside, besides some ferocious beasts, there were also ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. When they arrived at the outskirts of the 9th mountain, Xianyuan Mo's looked at Prince Qi Shui and said in a deep voice, "With the strength of the two of you, this place is not a dangerous place. Each of us will bring 10 people in. Everyone else, stay outside." "Sure." As Prince Qi Shui spoke, he arranged for 10 people to follow the two of them into the forest, while the others stood guard in the surroundings. On the other side, Xianyuan Mo's group did the same. Apart from Hui Lang, Yi, and Fengjiu, there were 7 other guards following them. "Try not to run to the 3rd mountain. We'll meet up outside the forest when it's dark," Xianyuan Mo's reminded. "Don't worry, we've heard a little about the 9th mountain and know what kind of place it is." Prince Qi Shui snorted. He clamped his legs together and waved his horsewhip. With a low shout, he got off his horse and galloped out. The people behind him quickly followed. Chapter 1281. Hearing this, Hui Lang and Yi couldn't help but glance at Fengjiu. Fengjiu pretended not to hear anything and looked around. He was chewing on a dog's tail grass that he picked from somewhere, looking indifferent. Xianyuan Mo's glanced at Princess Ying Shui and didn't say anything. Instead, he said to Fengjiu behind him, "Follow him." Then, he urged his horse into the forest. Seeing this, Princess Ying Shui glanced at the undisciplined young man. Then, she urged her horse to follow Xianyuan Mo's. Fengjiu glanced at the 2 people in front of him and snorted heavily. "Humph." Yi signaled to Hui Lang and urged his horse to follow his master, leaving Hui Lang to follow Fengjiu. Seeing that they had left, Hui Lang went forward and flattered, "Ghost Doctor, don't blame her. Princess Ying Shui didn't know you were a woman. If she knew that you were a woman and that there was a peerless beauty like you by Master's side, she would be too embarrassed to appear in front of you." Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "Why don't you follow your master? Why are you following me?" Ying Yi is with Master, so I'll just follow the Ghost Doctor. Besides, following the Ghost Lord is so much better than following Master. Besides, I haven't thanked you for giving me that medicinal liquid. That medicinal liquid of yours is really miraculous. After drinking a bottle, my voice isn't hoarse anymore. He looked at her fawningly. He knew that he couldn't offend her. Besides, following her would sometimes bring him benefits. He was happy to follow her. Okay, let's go. Let's go and see how that woman is pestering your master. She squeezed the horse's belly with her legs and chased after them. Huilang grinned and said, "Don't worry. My master doesn't like her anyway." When Feng Jiu heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Only then did he smile. Not long after, Murong Xianyuan pulled his bow and aimed at a Sika deer that only revealed half of its body behind a tree. He pulled the bowstring, loosened his grip, and released the arrow. Xiao! The arrow flew out. The sharp blade sliced through the air, accurately piercing the neck of the Sika deer. With a hiss, the Sika deer fell to the ground with a bang. Feng Jiu's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to clap and cheer, she heard a woman's voice in front of her. "Good. Your Highness has good archery skills." Princess Ingshue's eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at the man in the black robe. Even though he had mercilessly rejected her, so what if he rejected such an outstanding man? She still couldn't stop her heart from throbbing for him. She still couldn't stop her love for him. Feng Jiu pursed his lips. This woman was staring at her man. Even though she was rejected, she still kept going forward. Her skin was really thick. A guard dismounted from his horse and quickly walked forward. He carried the Sika deer out and put it into his Chinquan bag. Xianyuan Mose, on the other hand, turned around after putting away his arrow. His gaze swept past the people behind him and landed on a certain woman sitting at the very back with her lips curled up. A hint of a smile involuntarily flashed across his deep, dark eyes. He pulled the horse back and walked past the crowd. Under Princess Ingshue's aggrieved gaze, he arrived in front of Feng Jiu. "What animal do you want? I'll hunt it for you." Chapter 1282. Crown Prince Xianyuan. He's just a servant. Princess Ingshue could not help but say. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's eyes turned cold and his face darkened. He glanced at her and said in a cold voice, "Princess Ingshue, you seem to have forgotten that you're just a guest." How did she bit her lips? She was a little angry and resentful, but she could not do anything to him. She could only stare at Feng Jiu with a warning look. "Princess Ingshue, why are you looking at me? Don't you want to go hunting? Do you not know how to hunt without our crown prince?" Feng Jiu asked casually. He raised his chin slightly and looked at her provocatively. She dared to target her man. It was already good that she did not kill her immediately. "I want to eat roasted wild boar meat. Let's hunt a wild boar. We'll roast it tonight." She looked at Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting on a horse beside her, and said with a smile. She had completely forgotten that she was still a servant. "Okay," Xianyuan Mose replied. He reined in the reins and turned towards the forest. Seeing this, Feng Jiu and the others also followed. Princess Ingshue had no choice but to suppress the resentment in her heart and follow them. She did not believe that Crown Prince Xianyuan would not be captivated by her beauty. Men always paid attention to their appearance. There was no man who was not lustful. She did not believe that she could not capture him. As they went deeper into the forest, they saw more and more beasts. Some of them even attacked them before they could even shoot the arrows in their hands. After a few hours, regardless of whether it was Prince Qishui or Xianyuan Mose, they had hunted a lot of prey. After riding for a few hours in the forest, Feng Jiu was tired. Seeing that they were going forward in high spirits, she slowed down and wanted to find a place to sit down and rest. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard a gust of wind and a sharp cheese shooting toward her. There was only Grey Wolf by her side. However, at this moment, Grey Wolf was still a meter away from her. When Grey Wolf heard the sound of wind breaking, he turned around and couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly warned her, "Be careful." The moment Feng Jiu finished speaking, she turned around and saw a sharp arrow shooting towards her. She could not dodge it. Therefore, she clamped her legs on the horse and lay down on the back of the horse. She dodged the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow shot past her body and into a tree in the distance. The arrowhead pierced deeply into the tree, and the feathers at the end of the arrow trembled slightly. Feng Jiu clamped her legs on the horse's abdomen and exerted some strength in her waist. She sat up again. She looked at Prince Qi Shui in front of her with a cold gaze. "I'm so sorry. I accidentally mistook you for prey," Prince Qi Shui said without any sincerity. He handed the arrow in his hand to the guard beside him and rode out of the forest. Hui Lang stared at the group of people riding out with anger in his eyes. He did not hold back and sneered. "She's so old, and yet she mistook Prince Qi Shui for prey." Those who didn't know better would think that Prince Qi Shui was 70 or 80 years old. Only the heavens knew that he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw that scene. If something happened to the ghost doctor under his protection, then he did not need to live anymore. Chapter 1283. It doesn't matter. I don't think Prince Qi Shui did it on purpose. Feng Jiu smiled and motioned for Hui Lang to calm down. He looked at Prince Qi Shui and said, "If Prince Qi Shui wanted to take my life, then he wouldn't have missed." Hearing this, Prince Qi Shui's eyes flashed. Did he miss? That arrow was clearly aimed at his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Xianyuan Mose was in the forest and Hui Lang was by his side, he would have ordered the people behind him to kill him to vent his anger. Seeing that Feng Jiu didn't care about it, Hui Lang didn't say anything else. He just kept his guard up when he saw them coming. Shao Lizi. Prince Qi Shui rode his horse to Feng Jiu's front. His feminine gaze was fixed on the youth dressed in servant's clothing. "Yes." Feng Jiu nodded in response. "This is the first time I've seen a servant like you. Compared to hunting, I'm more curious about your strength. Why don't I let my people spar with you?" As he spoke, Prince Qi Shui waved his hand and motioned for a middle-aged man dressed in gray to come forward. "Don't go too far. My master is nearby. If he sees you bullying people here, you'll suffer," Hui Lang said vigilantly. He rode his horse to block Feng Jiu's path and said in a low voice, "You leave first. They're targeting you." Feng Jiu glanced at the people behind Prince Qi Shui and said with some distress, "This isn't good, right? No matter how I look at it, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, you're guests. It's not good to fight with guests. It's too impolite and unruly." Prince Qi Shui sneered, his feminine gaze landing on Feng Jiu. "You only have this much guts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured, and the gray-robed, middle-aged men all leaped up and attacked Feng Jiu. I'm quite timid, but since you guys want to play, I can only accompany you. After all, today is mainly for you to enjoy yourselves to the fullest. If you feel that the hunt is boring, you can change to someone else to compete with you. Perhaps it will be more satisfying." The corners of her mouth curled up, and she revealed an evil smile. Seeing the gray-robed, middle-aged man gather spirit force in his hands, she also gathered spirit force in her hands. She jumped off the horse and waved her hands, exchanging blows with the man in the air. On the side, Hui Lang's expression became serious. That gray-robed, middle-aged man's strength had already reached the nascent soul stage. Could she deal with Feng Jiu? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw that the two people in the air had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. As the spiritual power pressure surged, the aura in the air became more and more oppressive. The wind from their palms whistled in the air, and it was as sharp as a knife. Even though the two of them didn't use any weapons, the sound of the sharp airflow was not inferior to that of a sword in hand. In just a short while, Feng Nine kicked the middle-aged man down from above. That person was pushed into the air by a force. As he staggered and fell, he saw the manservant appear beside him in an instant. The manservant grinned at him. While he was stunned, he saw the manservant dash forward and snatch the Chinquan bag from his waist at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1284. With his nascent soul cultivation, the other party was able to suppress him, which meant that the other party's strength was definitely above his. How could such an extraordinary expert take his Chinquan bag? Thinking of this, his expression became a little strange. Also, the person in front of him was just a youth. For a youth to have such strength, could it be that he was also from the imperial family? Or a great aristocratic family? These were the only two possibilities that could provide him with heavenly treasures for cultivation and help him advance. Feng Jiu floated down from midair and sat back on the horse's back. She tossed the Chinquan bag in her hand and smiled. Do you think I fought you for nothing? Who would care about you if I didn't pay for my labor? The other party had underestimated her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by her so quickly. The two of them had restrained themselves during their fight and didn't cause too much of a commotion. It was likely that they didn't want Xianyuan Mose to notice the commotion here. However, they were in this forest. Although their fight didn't cause too much of a commotion, with his strength and cultivation, how could he not notice? Give me back my Chinquan bag. The nascent soul cultivator frowned and shouted. It was embarrassing enough to lose, but it was even more embarrassing to take a brat into his Chinquan bag. Prince Chi Shui, you want to touch my people? A familiar voice with a cold tone sounded. Feng Jiu turned around and saw a black-robed man riding a black horse with a piercingly cold aura. At this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy, adding a bit of fierceness and dignity to his cold face. Brother Crown Prince Ing Shui, who had followed behind Xianyuan Mose, rode forward and came to Prince Chi Shui's side. Looking at the situation on both sides, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Did Brother Crown Prince send someone to attack that manservant? I was just curious about his high cultivation despite his young age, so I wanted to exchange pointers with him. The voice paused and looked at Xianyuan Mose with a feminine gaze. Don't worry, Prince Xianyuan, I didn't see anyone hurt your people. Hearing this, Huilang coldly snorted. What do you mean you didn't hurt my people? It's obvious that you're not strong enough. At this time, Xianyuan Mose turned his eyes to Feng Jiu. He looked at her and asked, Are you okay? It's nothing. I just got up to exercise a little and earn some tips. She smiled and squinted her eyes as she tossed the Chinquan pouch in her hand. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose dismounted and slowly walked towards her. When he reached the horse, he extended his hand to her. Seeing this, Feng Jiu reached out and grabbed his hand before leaping off the horse. Are you hungry? Let's go barbecue. He asked as if there was no one else around, and his tone was filled with undisguised affection. Yes, I'm hungry. She nodded and let him lead her past the crowd to a tree not far away to rest. Huilang and the others quickly prepared the game and prepared to roast the meat. Prince Chi Shui saw this scene with his own eyes and was slightly surprised. It was said that Crown Prince Xianyuan didn't get close to women. Could it be that he was gay? When he thought of this, he looked at the two figures with great interest and asked, Ing Shui, have you confirmed his sexual orientation? Could such a person be gay? Chapter 1285. Princess Ing Shui couldn't help but bite her lower lip. She lowered her head and said, He doesn't allow me to get close to him and is extremely cold to me. Her heart wavered when she saw how he treated the servant. Could this person really be he? If Crown Prince Xianyuan is really a homosexual, then this will be really interesting. He chuckled as he stared at the two people. He ordered his men to prepare the roasted meat as he walked over. In the dark, the two men sent by the monarch had witnessed the previous scene. They were slightly surprised. It seemed that the young man's skills were not bad. He was able to suppress the opponent's strength so easily that they didn't dare to underestimate him. It seemed that they didn't need to make a move to answer to the monarch. I've heard that Crown Prince Xuanyuan's skills are extraordinary. Today, I would like to meet Crown Prince Xianyuan. Prince Chi Shui didn't give Xianyuan Mose a chance to refuse and immediately attacked him. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose's men instantly stood up. However, they retreated when Prince Chi Shui waved his hand. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you to the end, Xianyuan Mose said in a deep voice. His black figure instantly dashed out. He raised his hand, and a powerful aura suddenly attacked Prince Chi Shui. Prince Chi Shui dodged to the side when he saw Prince Chi Shui's speed. However, his opponent's speed was too fast. His robe was still torn by the sharp aura. He glanced at the torn sleeve on his arm and sneered. In the next moment, his body moved like a whirlwind and attacked with a sharp aura. The two figures fought from the ground to midair. A powerful aura spread out, and the sharp aura whistled through the air like a sharp blade. It cut down the surrounding trees and scattered them to the ground. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seemed that Prince Chi Shui's skills were very strong. To be able to exchange so many blows with Xianyuan Mo's, it could be seen that his reputation was not undeserved. As the crown prince of a country, he should indeed have such skills. Not long after, the crowd saw that the gap in strength between the two was gradually widening. Crown Prince Xianyuan was becoming more and more courageous as he fought, while Prince Qishui was running out of spiritual energy and couldn't keep up. Seeing this, everyone knew that this contest was about to come to an end. The people of Qishui were not worried that Crown Prince Xianyuan would kill their crown prince. After all, the relationship between the two countries was not allowed to fall out because of small fights. The two of them should stop after the winner was decided. When they thought of this, they waited quietly, waiting for them to stop. However, no one had expected that just as Prince Qishui's figure retreated from the air after being struck, he would reveal a feminine smile after seeing Xianyuan Mo's. He suddenly turned around and attacked Fengjiu, who was not far behind him. He did not make a move to hurt anyone. He just wanted to confirm something. Fengjiu was watching the two of them fight. He never thought that Prince Qishui would suddenly attack him in front of so many people. As a result, he was caught off guard and was unable to avoid the hand that was aimed at her chest. He could only move his body slightly to the side to avoid it. She saw his hand grab her shoulder. Because he was fast and had no killing intent, she was unable to react in time and was forced to take 2 steps back. The sound of clothes being torn could be heard. Impudent. Chapter 1286. His voice was like thunder, deafening and deafening, but it couldn't stop him from tearing off Fengjiu's sleeve. He tore it all the way down from her shoulder, revealing her snow-white and slender arm. It also revealed the dazzling red chastity mark on her arm. Almost at that moment, everyone was stunned, shocked and stunned. No one had expected that this young servant was actually a woman. Chastity sand was something that only pure women would have. If it was a young man, how could there be such a thing on the arm? For a moment, everyone had different expressions. Aside from Grey Wolf and Ing Yi, who knew about Fengjiu's identity as the ghost doctor, the others only knew that this servant was a woman, and that she had an extraordinary relationship with her master. They even thought that since this woman was able to stay by their master's side, and their master doted on her so much, she should have long been one of their master's people. They never thought that she was actually a pure and innocent woman. Thinking of their master's self-control, they could not help but worry. Was their master really fine in that aspect? Otherwise, how could he keep a woman by his side and let her remain a pure woman? Furthermore, their master had such a noble status. It was normal for him to want a woman. However, he let his daughter remain a pure woman. This they cannot be blamed for thinking too much. Compared to the people on Xianyuan Mo's side, the people on Qishui province's side were shocked and astonished. Especially Princess Ing Shui, who stared at the servant's exposed arm with anger and jealousy. Servant? What servant? It was clearly a woman, and a woman who was well protected by Crown Prince Xianyuan. She stared at the woman's face with jealousy, as if she wanted to see a flower on her face. This woman was in disguise. Without a doubt, this face was definitely not hers. Since it was a woman, and a woman that Crown Prince Xianyuan liked, it was impossible for her to be a woman with such an ordinary appearance. Damn it, what homosexual fetish. He was clearly hiding a woman by his side. The Qishui Crown Prince's eyes flashed when he saw the exposed snow-white arm. A strange look flashed across his eyes. The way men looked at women was different from how women looked at other women. In his eyes, the woman's exposed snow-white skin could be described as ice and jade skin, especially the red chastity sand on her snow-white arm, which made people feel a sense of excitement when looking at it. For a man to cherish the woman by his side so much and allow her to keep her pure and innocent, this man must love and cherish this woman very much. She really couldn't tell that Crown Prince Xianyuan was a man who knew how to take care of women. How, what a surprise. What surprised him the most was this woman. Other than being surprised when he tore off her sleeve, she didn't show any signs of awkwardness or discomfort even when her snow-white arm was exposed in front of everyone. Instead, there was a hint of indifference in her indifference, which was really interesting. It seemed that this woman was indeed not an ordinary person. That was to be expected. Otherwise, how could Crown Prince Xianyuan take a liking to her? Bang! Chapter 1287. Your Highness, Brother Crown Prince. The people from Qishui were jolted awake. They cried out in alarm as they ran towards Prince Qishui, who was lying on the ground with a deathly pale face. However, a black figure was faster than any of them. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Prince Qishui, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Did I not warn you? A deep voice filled with hostility struck the hearts of the people around him like thunder. The powerful pressure contained in that voice spread out in their hearts, causing the blood in their bodies to churn. Xianyuan Mo's gathered spiritual energy in his hands and lifted Prince Qishui up from the ground like a chokehold. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye formed a large hand that tightly gripped Prince Qishui's neck and lifted him off the ground. At this moment, Prince Qishui had no strength to resist or struggle. That attack had injured his internal organs, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He could not muster any strength in his body, let alone anything else. At this moment, he could only feel a powerful pressure and the aura of death enveloping him. At the same time, he could not help but feel a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. Xianyuan Mo's, who was ranked as the head of the 8 great empire's crown princes, was actually this strong. He was so strong that it made his heart tremble in fear. At this moment, he did not doubt that he could kill Prince Qishui with a single thought. Crown Prince Xianyuan, you can't kill my brother Crown Prince. Crown Prince Xianyuan, you can't do this. Crown Prince Xianyuan, let go of His Highness. Crown Prince Xianyuan, you're trying to destroy the diplomatic relations between our two countries. The people from Qishui country wanted to get closer, but they realized that beside Xianyuan Mo's, as well as where their crown prince was, there was a powerful and frightening pressure. That pressure made it impossible for them to take another step forward, let alone rescue the person from his hands. Therefore, they could only speak out to persuade him. The 2 secret guards sent by the monarch in the dark were also stunned when they saw this scene. It turned out that the manservant was a woman who followed beside the crown prince. Moreover, she was a woman who was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. This was great. If the monarch knew about this, he would be very happy. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince had never had a woman by his side for so many years. Now that he had such a woman and doted on her, the king would not have to worry about his sexual orientation. However, what should the enraged crown prince do? Does he want to kill Prince Qishui? If he really did kill Prince Qishui, then things would be troublesome. Just as they felt the atmosphere tense, killing intent permeating the forest, and His Highness the Crown Prince seemed like he would snap Prince Qishui's neck at any moment, a gentle voice was heard. All right, it's nothing. Let's forget about it. Feng Jiu's voice was heard. She glanced at her exposed arm. All right, she didn't feel anything. In the modern world of her previous life, she had worn 3 colors, not to mention this one. Hui Lang and Ing Yi secretly sighed in relief. The ghost doctor had spoken. Master probably wouldn't kill Prince Qishui. Chapter 1288. Bang! With a heavy thud and a muffled groan, a mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. Prince Qishui, who was already on the verge of death, directly fainted. Your Highness! Crimson Water's people cried out in alarm. They quickly ran forward and helped him up. Some of them quickly took out pills and fed him. They were all in a mess. Xianyuan Mo's glanced coldly at the person who had fainted, then turned around and walked towards Feng Jiu, who was standing nearby. He pulled out a black cloak from his inner space and draped it over her, covering her exposed arm and the experience points without leaving a single gap. In the dark, the 2 shadow guards saw the crown prince wrap the woman's entire body in the black cloak as if he was wrapping a treasure. Only her head was exposed. They couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They looked at each other and quickly left. Hui Lang and Ing Yi saw that their master was afraid that the ghost doctor would lose a piece of flesh if someone looked at her too much. They couldn't help but lower their heads and hide the smile on their faces. When the accompanying guard saw this, They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at her too much. Fengjiu lowered her head and looked at the tightly wrapped woman. She couldn't help but blink and laugh. The weather seems to be quite hot. Won't it be too much if I wrap you like this? What if you get heat rash? You won't, he said in a muffled voice. He held her and walked forward. There's a spring in front. I'll take you there. Grey Wolf and Yi followed behind, and soon disappeared from the sight of the people behind them. Princess Shui clenched her teeth. Jealousy made her entire face twist. She saw how Crown Prince Xianyuan was furious because her brother tore off the woman's sleeve. She saw how he beat her brother until he spat out blood and was on the verge of death. No one could persuade him otherwise. However, he stopped because the woman told him to let it go. He strode toward the woman and wrapped her up with his cloak as if he was protecting a treasure. He held her by his side and took her away. From beginning to end, he only had eyes for that woman. Carry the crown prince away and send him to the palace. She stood up and ordered. Since she could not touch that woman, she would use the Xianyuan monarch to deal with that woman. She didn't believe that the monarch of Xianyuan Empire would abandon her and choose that woman of unknown origin between her and the woman of unknown origin from Qishui country. Yes, everyone replied as they carefully carried Prince Qishui away. The hunt ended because of this. Prince Qishui even rode in on a horse, but was carried out unconscious in the end. In the middle of the forest, Fengjiu washed his face and changed his clothes before walking out. Outside, Huilang, Yi, and the others were standing in a circle with their backs to her. Xianyuan Mose was sitting under a tree. All right, she came to his side and said, after beating Prince Qishui up like that, your father will be furious when we get back. He told us to let them have fun, but now he has to go out lying down. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. He pulled her to sit down and handed her a piece of roasted meat. Eat. Let's rest here for tonight. We'll go back tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 1289. At noon the next day, they returned to the imperial city. As soon as they entered, Yang Yong stepped forward and said, Master, the king has ordered for you to enter the palace immediately upon your return. Prepare the carriage. We will enter the palace after we have bathed and changed. He brought Fengjiu through the door and headed towards the main courtyard. Yes, Yang Yong replied. As he ordered the servants to prepare the carriage, he pulled Huilang to the side and asked, What exactly happened? Why did you knock Prince Qishui unconscious the moment you went out? It was Prince Qishui who sought death. You don't know, he actually went to tear as he spoke. He looked left and right and lowered his voice. He went to tear the ghost doctor's clothes and then tore her sleeves. Her entire arm was exposed to Master. Then Master got angry and sent a palm over. He flew out just like that. In the end, the ghost doctor said to let it go. Otherwise, Master would have killed Prince Qishui. Hearing these words, Yang Yong was slightly surprised but also understood. So it was like this, no wonder. He thought, even if Master didn't like them, he wouldn't have knocked them unconscious. That's right. What happened to Prince Qishui? He didn't die, right? Huilang asked. He remembered that he was lying on the ground and couldn't move. He didn't die, but his injuries weren't light. His internal organs were all injured, and a few of his ribs were broken. Even with the best medicine, he would have to be bedded in for a month or two. As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head. If this matter isn't handled properly, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, Master is here. Besides, if this matter really needs to be investigated, it'll be Prince Qishui's fault. Huilang said, I'll go in to see Master and the others. As he spoke, he rushed inside. In the main courtyard, Xianyuan Mose had bathed and changed into a new set of robes. He sat at the stone table in the courtyard and waited for Fengjiu. About an hour later, the door opened. When he turned around, his deep black eyes couldn't help but light up. The door opened, and she slowly walked out in a dazzling red dress. Her beautiful face carried her unique charm, and the charming smile on her lips was as enchanting as a fairy's. Her clear and sly eyes contained a confident expression, and her every frown and smile emitted an enchanting charm. Her every movement was filled with unparalleled elegance. Xin Yuan Mo's gaze gradually shifted upwards from the hem of her dress. His gaze swept past her slim waist, her slightly rising and falling chest, and her beautiful snowy neck. Then, his gaze landed on her beautiful smiling face and met her mesmerizing eyes. In an instant, he couldn't shift his gaze away. It was clearly just a simple red dress, without any extra embellishments, but on her body, it was extremely dazzling. So beautiful that it moved people's hearts, so beautiful that it made his heart beat wildly, so beautiful that he only wanted to keep her in his arms and not let anyone else discover her beauty. That how is it? Is it beautiful? She came in front of him, opened her hands slightly, and smiled as she twirled in front of him. As her body twirled, the red dress bloomed into a beautiful flower. Beautiful, so beautiful that I don't want to bring you out. Chapter 1290. It looks good. In the future, as long as you're by my side, I'll wear a dress for you to see. She happily said. Sure enough, other people's praise and other people's surprise could not compare to a happy person's praise. Good. He revealed a smile in response. Only, after thinking for a bit, he asked, Do you have a veil? Veil? No, I don't use that kind of thing, but I do have a mask. She giggled. Forget about the mask. The mask matches your men's clothing. Wearing a woman's mask won't match. He held her hand and said, Let's go into the palace. She nodded with a smile and followed him outside. When Hui Lang and Ying Yi saw them come out, they quickly went up to greet them. Hui Lang saw that Feng Jiu had changed back into women's clothing. He had not seen her in women's clothing for a long time. Seeing her current appearance, he couldn't help but praise. Ghost Doctor, you're too beautiful in women's clothing. I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you. As he said this, he saw his master's cold eyes staring at him. He couldn't help being confused and asked, Master, what's wrong? Did he say something wrong? Go on your way, Xin Yuan Mose said in a low voice. He looked at him with narrowed eyes. Don't speak too much nonsense. I didn't. Hui Lang wanted to say something, but Ying Yi pulled his head down. Feng Jiu looked at Hui Lang with a smile, and then followed Xin Yuan Mose out. As she walked through the palace in women's clothing, whether it was the guards or the servants, they all curiously looked at her. Only when they got into the carriage did they withdraw their gazes. When she sat in the carriage, she saw that the man who was smiling a moment ago had a dark expression. She asked, What's wrong? It's nothing, he said, and took out something for her to eat from a hidden compartment in the carriage. Eat some pastries. When we come back from the palace, we'll go back to the palace to eat something good. Yes, he replied. He picked up a piece and ate it. Then he passed another piece to him. The carriage moved slowly towards the imperial palace. Ying Yi and Hui Lang followed on both sides of the carriage. When they reached the main street, Xin Yuan Mose lifted the curtain and glanced outside. He said, Stop the carriage. Hui Lang, go buy some red veils. Yes. Although Hui Lang was somewhat startled, he still complied. He went to a shop on the street and bought several red veils. Not long after, he returned to the side of the carriage and handed the red veils into the carriage. Master, the veils are here. Xin Yuan Mose took it and handed it to Feng Jiu. Keep the others. In the future, you can use them to cover your embarrassment. Just tie this one. All right. Feng Jiu replied with a smile and put away the rest, leaving only one in his hand. He asked with a smile, Don't you think wearing a veil makes you more mysterious and eye-catching? Don't let people see your face. It will be safer for you when you go out in the future. As he spoke, he poured a cup of water for her. You don't have to worry in the palace. I'll take care of everything. Nothing will happen. Yes, she replied with a smile. She asked curiously, How does your father treat you? How is the relationship between you and your father? Hearing this, he paused and said, It's not good, but it's not bad either. In my impression, he's only strict. However, the reason I was able to live until now after being poisoned by the 1,000-year cold poison is partly because of him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Chapter 1291. The carriage headed towards the imperial palace. Feng Jiu listened to Xin Yuan Mose talk about him and his son, so the journey was not boring. When they arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, Xin Yuan Mose got off the carriage first, then led Feng Jiu out. At this time, She had covered her face with a red veil, only revealing her eyebrows. Even though her face could not be seen, it added a mysterious sense of beauty. The two of them walked in front, followed by Hui Lang and Ing Yi. The four of them walked into the imperial palace, and a guard came forward to lead the way. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the monarch, is in the Eastern Palace. Prince Qi Shui and the princess are also there. As he spoke, the guard couldn't help but sneak a glance at the woman in red who was as dazzling as the sun. Was this the woman who made His Highness the Crown Prince angry and severely injured the Qi Shui Crown Prince? Didn't they say that Prince Qi Shui was on the verge of death from his injuries? He can get out of bed now. Hui Lang couldn't help but mutter. When the guard heard this, he glanced at Xianyuan Mo's, then replied in a low voice. The monarch took out a level 6 vitality recovery pill and gave it to Prince Qi Shui. He is fine now. Hearing this, other than Xianyuan Mo's who did not look surprised, Feng Jiu, Hui Lang, and Ing Yi were somewhat surprised. Level 6 vitality recovery pill? Although she was quite talented in alchemy, the highest level of alchemy she had refined so far was only level 5. She had not refined a level 6 one yet. With a level 6 vitality recovery pill, it was not strange for Prince Qi Shui to recover overnight. After all, the effects of a level 6 vitality recovery pill were miraculous, far surpassing that of ordinary pills. Moreover, this was an extremely precious vitality recovery pill. On the other hand, Hui Lang and Ing Yi were surprised that even in the palace, there were very few vitality recovery pills. They did not expect that the king would be willing to take out a vitality recovery pill for Prince Qi Shui to consume. However, this way, even if Prince Qi Shui returned to Qi Shui province, it should not cause any waves. After all, this person was already fine. What else could he do to vent his anger? What trouble? It had to be said that the monarch had taken out this medicinal pill. At most, Master would be given a perfunctory scolding when he entered the palace today. Thinking of this, their anxious hearts could not help but relax. It was good that nothing big would happen. In fact, the monarch was quite good to Master. After all, every time Master was in trouble, he would help without a trace. However, they couldn't help but sigh when they thought about how their master and the monarch had never been able to get along with each other. This father and son pair seemed to be at odds with each other. They had never seen the two of them talk and laugh together. Speaking of talking and laughing, the two of them could not help but imagine that the scene would be very strange. Thinking about it, it was better for them to be like how they usually were. If two people who usually quarreled with each other could talk and laugh together, the sun would probably rise from the west. When they arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Palace Hall, they saw the crown prince directly enter with his people. The guard hurriedly shouted inside, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Hearing the voice from outside, the few people in the hall looked outside. With this look, whether it was the monarch sitting in the center of the hall, or Prince Qi Shui and the third princess sitting below, the three people's gazes could not help but fall on the red-clothed woman beside Xianyuan Mo's. Chapter 1292. The woman was dressed in a simple red robe, but she was as dazzling as the sun. Everyone's attention was drawn to her at first glance. Her body was naturally filled with a languid and devilish aura. Even though her face was covered by a veil and they could not see her face clearly, they could see the confidence radiating from between her brows. Her footsteps were light and graceful as she walked within the hall. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness or restraint. Conversely, she gave others the feeling as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. Every single move she made was filled with a noble aura, especially when the woman dressed in red stood side by side with Xianyuan Mo's, who was dressed in a black robe. The aura of the two of them complemented each other perfectly. The man was handsome and domineering, and the woman was enchanting beyond compare. They couldn't help but admit that they were a perfect couple. Princess Ing Shui's hands were tightly gripping her sleeves. She could not suppress the jealousy in her heart like a poisonous snake. Her eyes became vicious and vicious because of this. She was conceited that her beauty was unparalleled. However, when she saw the woman in red today, she realized that she was much better than her even though she did not even show her face. It turned out that there was such a woman beside Xianyuan Mose. It was no wonder that he did not like her. However, she, Ying Shui, would not let this matter rest. She did not believe that she would lose to a woman of unknown origin. Prince Qi Shui looked at the woman in red with a strange expression. There was a trace of amazement in the depths of his eyes. Her appearance today had surprised him. She had turned from a manservant into an enchanting and beautiful woman. This transformation really stunned him. What kind of appearance would the woman that Xianyuan Mose had taken a fancy to be? He thought that Xianyuan Mose would not be so superficial as to only take a fancy to this woman's appearance. Then, there must be something more attractive about this woman. The monarch withdrew his sharp gaze from Fengjiu and looked at Xianyuan Mose. He slammed his hand on the armrest, and a loud bang was heard. His angry roar echoed in the hall. "Humph! Didn't I ask you to bring Prince Qi Shui and Princess Ying Shui out to hunt? Didn't I ask you to let them have a good time? You actually let Prince Qi Shui ride in on a horse and come out on a stretcher. Did you take my words for granted?" It was an angry roar. However, when they heard the monarch say that he rode in on a horse and came out on a stretcher, the guards in the hall could not help but purse their lips. They lowered their heads to suppress their laughter. When the Qi Shui crown prince heard this, he glanced at the monarch. He felt that the monarch was doing this on purpose, and his expression turned ugly. He felt somewhat embarrassed. The dignified Prince Qi Shui had gone out to hunt, but was carried out on a stretcher in the end. If news of this spread back to the country, he would lose face. However, when the monarch reprimanded Xianyuan Mose, he could not say anything because everything he said was the truth. He had indeed ridden in on a horse and was carried out on a stretcher in the end. When Fengjiu heard this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly under his veil. He felt that at this time, only the monarch would be able to say something like this. If it was anyone else, it would not be good. "Imperial Father, this son does not think that I have done anything wrong." Chapter 1293. Prince Qi Shui squinted his feminine eyes and looked at him without saying a word. Princess Ying Shui stood up and glared at Xianyuan Mose. "Crown Prince Xianyuan, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that injuring my brother Crown Prince is the way you treat your guests?" Xianyuan Mose glanced at her and said in a mocking tone, "Isn't he asking for it? He wanted me to spar with him, but he attacked my people after he was defeated. He's lucky that I didn't kill him on the spot." Princess Ying Shui choked and couldn't refute him. She glared at Fengjiu and said, "It's all because of this demoness." She turned to look at the person on the main seat and said, "Monarch, I hope you can give us an explanation today." Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation." The monarch on the main seat looked at the two of them and said, "How about this? Prince Qi Shui hasn't fully recovered yet. It's not suitable for him to sit here for too long. Go back and rest." Princess Ying Shui was startled and said, "But that woman." "Hee. Third princess, don't you believe me?" The monarch smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "If that's the case, we'll go back and rest." Prince Qi Shui stood up and bowed to the monarch as he said, "Although the monarch healed my injuries with a level 6 vitality recovery pill, the Qi Shui province won't let this matter go if you don't give us an explanation." The monarch frowned and stared at him. His voice echoed in the hall like thunder. "Are you threatening me?" If this king's men didn't see wrong, the reason why Qi Shui crown prince was beaten to the brink of death and needed this king to take out a 6th-grade medicinal pill to save you seems to be because you touched someone you shouldn't have touched and provoked something you shouldn't have provoked. Why? Do you think that I, the crown prince of the Xianyuan Empire, can be touched by anyone and everyone? Does Qi Shui province have such a hobby? This emperor is giving you some leeway, and you still aren't satisfied? You dare to threaten me? Then go back and ask your imperial father to come and talk to this emperor. I'd like to know how he'll face our Xianyuan Empire if he knows about this." The Qi Shui crown prince and the third princess were both embarrassed and angry when they heard the king's merciless voice ringing through the hall. Didn't he say that he would give them an explanation? He actually turned hostile just like that? "Get out of here." He glanced at the two of them, his sharp eyes filled with anger. His temper wasn't very good to begin with, so when he heard that he was being threatened, he naturally wouldn't be nice to them. Furthermore, although the two of them were the crown prince and princess of Chishui province, they were still just juniors to him. They actually dared to speak to him with such evidence, which was already a great disrespect. When Prince Chishui and Princess Chishui saw that he was angry, they knew that they had gone overboard with their words. Thus, the two of them looked at each other and quickly left. When they were about to leave the hall, Prince Chishui paused as he passed by Fengjiu. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he glanced at her before leaving. Chapter 1294. What crime is there in punishing an impudent person? Xin Yuanmo's asked, his voice low and cold. Fengjiu first bowed to the monarch. Although I am quite embarrassed to have beaten the crown prince of a country to such a state, it is not right for me to not retaliate when this person dares to come to my door. Therefore, I do not feel that there is anything wrong with it. Hearing the words of the two below, the monarch narrowed his eyes and stared at Fengjiu, but said to Xin Yuanmo's, "You can leave." This time, Xin Yuanmo's did not move. He stood there and stared at the monarch. "If you are angry, come at me. It has nothing to do with her. Didn't you hear that I asked you to leave? Leave?" He angrily swept his gaze and stared sharply at Xin Yuanmo's. Seeing this, Fengjiu tugged at his sleeve. "Go outside and wait for me. Don't worry, it will be fine." Xin Yuanmo's furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Fengjiu beside him. Then, he looked at his father, who was sitting in the main seat, and said in a deep voice, "I'll look for you if she hurts even a hair." With that, he turned and walked out. The monarch's gaze was heavy and sharp as a knife. He glanced at Xin Yuanmo's back as he left, then looked at the woman in red, standing in the middle of the hall. "What is your name? Take off your veil." She obeyed and took off her veil, revealing her original appearance. She looked at the person on the main seat. "My name is Fengjiu. Your appearance is not bad. No wonder he is so infatuated with you that he did not hesitate to beat up Prince Chishui." The monarch stared at her and said. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "He is not a superficial person. He has never been interested in my appearance, but me." Thinking back, she had pestered him with the appearance of a little beggar. Outside, Xin Yuanmo's stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the clouds floating in the sky. His gaze was distant and deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Although he had walked out, he was still worried. His divine sense had been paying attention to the main hall, but he found that there was a soundproof enchantment inside. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked back. He saw the two of them talking about something. He didn't hear anything, but he didn't see any signs of fighting either. He didn't go in again, but stood outside and waited for about an hour. A guard walked out and came to Xin Yuanmo's and reported respectfully, "Your Highness, the monarch asked you to go back first. That lady has to stay in the palace." Hearing this, his face darkened and his voice turned cold. "What?" The guard's heart trembled. He lowered his head and said, "The monarch asked that lady to stay in the palace for a few days and asked you to go back first." Xin Yuanmo's walked in, but was stopped by a man in gray. "Your Highness, please go back. Get lost," he shouted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a force surged out and attacked the two people. Fengjiu, who was talking to the monarch in the middle of the main hall, looked back and saw that there was a fight outside. He said to the monarch, "Even if you want me to stay, I should go out and tell him personally. Otherwise, he will only hurt those people when he makes a scene." "Oomph, you've grown up. You dare to fight in the palace." The monarch snorted coldly and shouted at Fengjiu in an unfriendly tone. "Then why are you still standing there? Go quickly." Fengjiu sighed in his heart. He turned and walked out. Stop. Chapter 1295. However, just as she spoke, she saw Xin Yuanmo stride forward and pull her out. Seeing this, she hurriedly stopped and shouted, "Wait, I'll take you back." He turned around and said. His expression was still cold. He was obviously angry. "Your father asked me to stay for a few days. Don't worry about him. He's your father, not someone else. Besides, I want to know why he asked me to stay. You should go back first. Don't worry, he won't kill me." Although her father's face was gloomy and his tone was unfriendly, she didn't feel any killing intent. Hearing this, He looked at her in silence. After a long time, he said, "Then I'll stay with you. That's all." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked into the main hall. He looked at the person drinking tea and asked, "Why did you ask her to stay?" The monarch drank his tea leisurely, as if he wasn't the one who was angry. When he heard his son's words, he didn't even look at him. He pretended he didn't hear him and said to the servant beside him, "This spiritual tea is good. Your Majesty, this spiritual tea is brewed with morning dew. It's more fragrant and pleasant than ordinary spiritual tea." The servant braced himself and said. He didn't dare to look at the crown prince's gloomy face. "Since she's staying, I'll also stay in the palace." After Xianyuan Mose said coldly, he turned around and left with Fengjiu. It wasn't until the two of them were far away that the monarch raised his head and looked at their departing figures. He looked at his son holding Fengjiu's hand in a protective manner and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His son had grown up, and he had a woman he wanted to protect. However, he snorted and said, "His temper is as bad as a cow's." The servant beside him lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. On the other side, Prince Qishui and Princess Ingxue were sitting in the pavilion in the garden. Both of them didn't look good. After a long silence, Princess Ingxue asked reluctantly, "Brother Crown Prince, are we just going to let it go?" Prince Qishui glanced at her and said, "Do you think we have the ability to go against the Xianyuan Empire?" He stood up and walked out of the pavilion with his hands behind his back. Although we're one of the 8 great empires, there are strong and weak empires. If the Xianyuan Empire isn't strong, how could they be so arrogant? Even if Imperial Father was here, he would have to yield to them. In this world, the strong are respected. It's not like you don't understand, but I'm not willing to just take this lying down. She said hatefully, especially that woman. If I don't kill her, I won't be able to vent the anger in my heart. Ever since she came here, she had been humiliated time and time again, all because of that woman. What does that woman look like? Just as he was thinking about that stunning red-clothed woman, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his hand. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stretched his hand out from behind his back. When he saw that his entire hand had quickly become red and swollen, he couldn't help but be stunned. Princess Ingxue was startled when she heard his gasp. She walked up and asked, "Brother Crown Prince, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Chapter 1296. "Ow, how did this happen?" She cried out in alarm. She saw that her brother's hand was swollen red and swollen. In just a short while, his hand had swollen to twice its original size. It was as thick as a bear's paw. What shocked her the most was that when she reached out to touch it, it was as if she had touched a piece of fire. She quickly withdrew her hand. "Brother Crown Prince, let's go back quickly. Let's see what happened." She supported him. She thought that even though his body was gradually recovering after taking a level 6 vitality recovery pill, it would still take a few days for him to recover to his original state. Now that his hand was swollen for no reason, what should she do? Prince Qishui stared at his hand. After recovering from his astonishment, he seemed to be deep in thought. He remembered that this was the hand that tore that woman's clothes. Could it be? When he thought of this, his eyes flickered. If that was the case, why couldn't the doctor who examined him find anything? Could it be that that woman was an expert in using poison? Last time, he almost collapsed. This time, his hand was swollen like a bear's paw. This was all her doing. The burning sensation on his hand spread from his palm to his body. It was painful and unbearable, causing large beads of sweat to seep out of his forehead. He endured the intense burning sensation until it was difficult to breathe. He gasped for air and allowed his sister to support him back. However, when he passed by, he saw the 2 accompanying people. When he saw them, his eyes turned gloomy. To think that he, the dignified Prince Qishui, had fallen into their hands again and again. It was truly hateful. When Xianyuan Mose walked over and saw Prince Qishui, his eyes turned cold. However, when he noticed the red and hot palm, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Princess Ingxue stared at the woman in red who was wearing a veil and gritted her teeth. She supported her brother and was about to walk past them. At this moment, she heard the woman's voice that was filled with laughter. Prince Qishui, why is your hand red and swollen? Is it serious? Feng Jiu smiled as she looked at the Qishui crown prince, who was having a hard time holding back. She was overjoyed. She dared to tear her clothes? Was it so easy to tear her clothes? Miss, you're quite capable. He gasped for air and stared at the woman in red. He saw that her eyes were full of smiles. This is my reward for tearing Prince Qishui's clothes. You don't have to thank me. It's you. You poisoned Brother Crown Prince? Ying Shui asked. If Crown Prince Xian Yuan wasn't here, she would have pounced on her face. Poison? No. How could I poison the Qishui Crown Prince? You're my guests. Of course, that. She shook her head and said. When she saw that Princess Ying Shui was about to attack her, she kindly reminded her, Princess Ying Shui, don't get too close to me. I still have some medicinal powder with me. By the way, do you smell any fragrance? When she said this, Prince Qishui and Princess Ying Shui's expressions changed. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Looking at their fleeing figures, Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. So cowardly. Chapter 1297. What did my imperial father say to you? He led her to the pavilion and sat down as he asked. He asked me a few things like how I met you and such. She smiled and said, I feel that he is not as unreasonable as you say. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said, When we entered the palace, you only ate a few pieces of cake. Are you hungry? I will have someone bring some food over. As his voice fell, he called out. Ying Yi and Hui Lang, who had been following far behind, came forward. Master, have an imperial chef bring some food over. He ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Hui Lang responded and turned to leave. Ying Yi stood guard outside the pavilion. Not long after, food was placed on the table in the pavilion. Feng Jiu, who had taken off her veil, accompanied Xian Yuan Mose to eat in the garden. The news naturally spread in the palace. When many concubines in the palace heard the news, they were shocked and curious. However, they did not dare to provoke the woman in red. Accurately speaking, they did not dare to provoke Xian Yuan Mose. He was someone who dared to go against the monarch. If they went forward, they might be killed at any time, and no one would seek justice for them. In the palace, Feng Jiu and Xian Yuan Mose lived in the same palace. However, they were not in the same courtyard. In the evening, a palace servant came to Feng Jiu's courtyard. Feng Jiu, who was not wearing her veil, was talking with Xian Yuan Mose in the courtyard. Miss Feng, the monarch invites you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at Xian Yuan Mose and stood up. I will be back soon. When she turned to leave, her hand was grabbed by him. I will go with you. The palace servant lowered his head and braced himself. Your Highness, the monarch said that if you follow him, he will keep Miss Feng in the palace for 10 days to half a month and will not allow her to return with you. In fact, the monarch's original words were, if he dares to follow me like a shadow, I'll tell him that I'll keep his woman in the palace, and he won't be able to see her for 10 days to half a month. Xian Yuan Mose's face darkened when he heard the servant's words. Feng Jiu chuckled. It's fine. I'll go take a look. Wait for me here. Why don't you return to your residence first? I'll wait for you here. Xian Yuan Mose took a step back, thinking that there shouldn't be any problems. Yes. Feng Jiu responded, then followed the palace servant out. When they arrived at another palace, she saw that there were no less than 100 small plates on the long table. Each plate was filled with exquisite and small delicacies. She was a little surprised, and her eyes flashed. Even at home, she didn't have so many delicacies prepared. Moreover, they were so exquisite. There were many things she had never seen or seen before. Looking at them made her feel a little hungry. The monarch, who was sitting at one end of the long table, glanced at her. Seeing that she couldn't move her eyes away from the delicacies, he snorted, Why are you standing there in a daze? Why aren't you coming over to serve this emperor? She looked at the monarch in astonishment. Serve this monarch? The palace servant stepped forward carefully and whispered, Miss Feng, you have to serve whatever the monarch asks you to. Chapter 1298. Look at the food yourself, he said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Feng Jiu glanced at the food on the table and used a larger plate to pick up a few dishes, then try these. She first picked up some light dishes for him to eat, but she saw that he only took a bite of each dish. He moved to another plate and pointed at the pork shoulder in the middle. "Pork shoulder, give this emperor some." "Okay." She smiled and followed his finger to pick it up. But soon, she realized that he was very picky when it came to food. He only took a bite of each dish, and only the pork shoulder was enough for him to eat 2 pieces. The food on the table was almost untouched. She saw him put down his chopsticks. "Your Majesty, here's the freshly brewed spiritual tea." She brought the tea forward. He glanced at her and took a sip. Then, he used the tea lid to gently scrape the tea. His deep voice was dignified. "Tomorrow morning, help this emperor collect the flour due to brew the tea. You have to use what you collected yourself and can't let others do it." "Okay." She smiled in response. Was he testing her? Seeing that he was Xianyuan Mo's father, she would do whatever he said. Seeing that she agreed without hesitation, the monarch didn't say anything else. He just stood up and walked out. Seeing him leave, Fengzhou blinked and looked at the palace servant. "Is the monarch going back?" "He's going back." The palace servant replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the beautiful woman who had been standing just now casually sit down at the long table. She picked up the food with her chopsticks and started eating. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was a little stunned. She actually dared to sit down and eat the monarch's imperial food? This courage was a little too big. "What on this plate?" She picked up a lotus-shaped pastry and asked. Other than some that she picked up and put on the plate for the monarch, the rest of the food was almost untouched. Thus, she sat down and ate. Since it was nothing, it would be a waste if she didn't eat it. This is a lotus cake. It's made from fresh lotus flowers. It's fragrant and has the effect of calming the heart and lowering the heat. The palace servant quickly went forward to answer. "Oh, then what about this?" She ate the lotus cake and picked up another one. This is Fengzhou sat there and ate as the palace servants chatted with her. They watched her eat a lot of food with a great appetite, as if she had come here to eat. Her carefree and casual manner made the guards in the palace secretly glance at her. When the monarch found out about what happened after he left, he was slightly surprised. Then he smiled and said, "That little girl is really open-minded. Let her be." He didn't know what kind of family had raised such a woman. It was said that Prince Qishui's hand was swollen, but the doctors couldn't find the cause. This made him have a whole new level of respect for her. Even Qishui's accompanying doctor couldn't find a reason. It seemed that this woman was really skilled. Xianyuan Mo's, who was waiting in the courtyard, couldn't help but smile when he heard that Fengzhou was having a meal there. He felt relieved and went back to his room to rest. It wasn't until the sky darkened that he heard Hui Lang talking to her in the courtyard. He walked out of the room and saw the smiling person. He walked up and asked, "Are you full?" Chapter 1299. "What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to make it for you when we get back." He held her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear with one hand. "Okay." She smiled and replied happily. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Master hasn't eaten yet. He's been waiting for you to come back." Hui Lang interrupted. Hearing this, she looked at Xianyuan Mo's and asked, "What do you want to eat? I'll get the kitchen to make some food and send it over." "No need. It's fine even if I don't eat. Also, I don't have anything in particular that I want to eat." "How can that be? If you don't eat until tomorrow, it won't be good for your body. How about this? Come with me to the kitchen. Let's go." She pulled him out. When Grey Wolf and Ing Yi saw this, they also followed behind. Because it was already past dinner time, although there were still many things in the kitchen that could be eaten immediately, Fengzhou didn't touch them. Instead, he got Xianyuan Mo's to wait for him outside the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves and planned to personally make some food for him. "Master, the ghost doctor is planning to personally make dinner for you." Hui Lang saw that his master kept looking inside and said enviously, "I heard that the ghost doctor's cooking skills are actually quite good, but I haven't had the chance to try it." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo's glanced at him coldly. Then, he got up and walked to the kitchen door. He stood there and watched the red figure busying herself. Inexplicably, his heart softened into a ball. He only felt a warm current surging in his heart, filling his heart. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was peaceful. In his eyes, there was only the figure busying herself for him. This warm feeling was as if his heart had found a place to belong. It was very strange. It wasn't rice, nor was it porridge, nor was it dessert. She only made a bowl of noodles. She thought, he's already tired of eating those things. Then, she'll just make a simple bowl of noodles for him. Perhaps his appetite would be better. From kneading the noodles to boiling the noodles in the water, and then to putting the noodles into a bowl and arranging the side dishes, it took a full hour. When a bowl of steaming hot noodles was brought to the table outside from her hands, she said with a smile, "Okay, have a taste. How does it taste?" "All right." He nodded and sat down at the table. He looked at the simple and ordinary bowl of noodles in front of him, but after she made it, it became not simple. There are vegetables, eggs, meat, and green onions. "I'm hungry just by looking at them." Hui Lang rubbed his stomach and looked at Feng Jiu in a fawning manner. "Ghost Doctor, you seem to have made quite a lot. Do we have a share in it? It hasn't been cooked yet?" Hearing that, Feng Jiu chuckled. Just as he was about to say yes, Xin Yuan Mo spoke. "If you want to eat, go make it yourself. That's mine," he said domineeringly as he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. These were noodles that Feng Jiu made for him. Did these two people want to eat them? Think about it slowly. When the three heard his words, they couldn't help but be startled. Hui Lang looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him and asked, "Master, can you still eat after eating such a big bowl of noodles?" Hearing that, he glanced coldly at Hui Lang. Then, he turned to look at Feng Jiu and said, "Leave the inside for supper tonight." Chapter 1300. Hui Lang and Ying looked at each other and thought to themselves, Master's appetite is really good. Since Master had spoken, they didn't dare to eat the ghost doctor's noodles. However, seeing Master eating with relish, their stomachs couldn't help but grumble. "I don't want to eat the ghost doctor's noodles. I'll go to the kitchen to find something else to eat," Hui Lang said as he walked into the kitchen and took out some snacks. Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He sat down at the table and supported his chin with one hand as he looked at the man eating noodles. His heart felt warm and happy. Until he finished the noodles in his bowl, she said, "Let's go for a walk. Let's help with digestion." She held his hand and stood up, saying to the two people at the side, "If you haven't eaten, then quickly go and eat. There's no need to follow. Nothing will happen in the palace." Saying this, she left with Xin Yuan Mos. After watching the two leave, Hui Lang sat down at the table and asked, "Ying Yi, do you think the monarch is satisfied with the ghost doctor or not?" Ying Yi sat down and said, "Who knows what the monarch is thinking? However, he should be observing her to see if the ghost doctor has the qualifications to be the woman by Master's side." Hearing this, Hui Lang nodded and said in agreement, "That's true. Since the monarch is the ruler of Xinyuan Empire and is Master's father, although he doesn't have a good relationship with Master, he definitely won't allow the woman by Master's side to be too weak. If it were any other father, they would find the best and most outstanding woman for their son. They will take care of Master's matters. We don't need to worry about this," he said and glanced at Hui Lang sitting opposite him. "Why didn't you take 2 pairs of chopsticks and use your hands instead?" The gray wolf ate a crystal dumpling and reached out its paw to pick up another one. After hearing his words, it paused and continued, "This is convenient. Besides, I forgot to take my chopsticks just now. It's no big deal to make do with it." After saying this, he stuffed another crystal dumpling into his mouth. Seeing him sitting there without eating, he asked, "You're not eating? Are you not hungry?" "I'm not a wolf. I eat with my claws." He stood up and walked to the kitchen. Not long after, he came out with a pair of chopsticks, a cup of stewed soup, and some snacks. "Why didn't you give me an extra pair of chopsticks?" Hui Lang asked with his eyes wide open. He glanced at him. "Didn't you say that it's more convenient to use claws? And I see that you're almost done eating." "What claw? This is my hand." He glared at him. After finishing his food in 2 or 3 bites, he stood up and said, "Take your time to eat." As he spoke, he strode away. He ignored him and continued eating his own food. The next morning, before the sky was completely bright, Feng Jiu left the courtyard and headed for the imperial garden. She did not forget that she had promised to collect dew to make tea for the monarch today. Although this kind of thing could be done by other people, she had been specifically asked to do it. She could only bear with the sleepiness and get up early. She yawned and came to the imperial garden. Looking at the beautiful flowers in the garden and the dew condensed on the petals, she thought for a moment. Did they collect dew drop by drop? If that was the case, then she wouldn't be able to collect enough dew to make a pot of tea even if she spent a few mornings. Chapter 13:01. Standing in front of the flowers, she condensed a spiritual aura in her hands. With the point of her finger, all the dew in the flowers in front of her was sucked up, condensing into a thin column of water and falling into the bottle through her finger. In the dark, the shadow guards who saw this scene were slightly surprised. Using spiritual energy to gather dew was not something that an ordinary person could do. One had to know that this was only collecting dew. If one did not control their spiritual energy well, not only would it destroy the flowers, the dew would also evaporate into mist. In the past, the dewdrops that the monarch drank were collected by the palace maids when they woke up early in the morning. No one had ever tried to use spiritual power to collect dewdrops from the eyebrows and eyes. Moreover, it was successful in one try. When Fengjiu used her spiritual energy to collect the dew, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. If this dew was added to some spiritual herbs to make a concentrated fragrance pill, would it be excellent? Apart from the fragrance of the dew, it was also a rootless water. If it was used to make pills and medicine, thinking of this, she had the urge to try making pills. However, she knew that it was not good for her to make pills here. She could only suppress this thought. After all, if she made pills, it would be good if she succeeded. If she did not succeed, who knew what would happen and what would happen? She went forward to look at the dew in the bottle. It was less than half a bottle. Thus, she changed to another place and collected the dew again. She used less than an hour to collect all the dew in the imperial garden. She kept a small bottle for herself and took the rest to the palace to find the palace maid from yesterday. This is the dew. Take it and leave it for the monarch to make tea. Fengjiu gave the dew to the palace maid. She turned to leave, intending to go back and catch up on sleep. This dew? There's so much? The palace servant looked at the full bottles in astonishment. Was this really collected by her? Could it have been mixed with water? Thinking of this, his expression could not help but become strange. It could have been mixed with water. Otherwise, how could she have collected so much in just one morning? Fengjiu glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. Thus, she said, "Don't worry, it's flower dew. It's not watered." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and walked outside. On the other side, the monarch's sharp eyes moved slightly when he heard the secret guard's report. "Oh, she actually has such ability?" "Yes, and she's very skilled." The secret guard replied in a low voice. In fact, he was ordered to keep an eye on that woman. From the forest last time, he could see that she was not ordinary. Moreover, her skills were better than the Qishui's third princess. Even Prince Qishui was not her opponent. If they weren't from the imperial family of the 8 great empires, they might be from some aristocratic families. The monarch listened thoughtfully and did not speak for a long time. Fengjiu, who had returned to the courtyard, yawned as she entered the door. Once she felt sleepy, she became even more sleepy. She even felt like she couldn't keep her eyes open, especially since she had only used about an hour to collect the flower dew. In addition, the sky was not completely bright yet. The dusky sky made her feel like it was still late at night. After entering the room, she took off her coat and threw herself on the bed. She pulled up the quilt and continued to sleep. Chapter 13:02. She was the only one on the bed, so she didn't go to the wrong room. Thus, without even opening her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep, curled up in the blanket. When Xin Yuan Mose finished washing up and walked out, he didn't see anyone at the table. When he walked into the room, he actually saw her curled up in the blanket, sleeping. He couldn't help but stare blankly, then shook his head with a smile. He didn't wake her up, but walked out of the room, gently closed the door, and went to the courtyard, calling out, "Master." A black-clothed figure instantly appeared in front of him. Where did she go so early in the morning? In his impression, if there wasn't anything important, she wouldn't wake up early. Which time didn't she wake up naturally? Looking at her, it was obvious that she hadn't woken up yet. Otherwise, how could she have entered the wrong courtyard and entered his room? The monarch ordered the ghost doctor to collect the 100-flower dew, so she left before the sun rose. When she came back, she was sleeping while walking, so she crossed her courtyard and entered Master's room. He said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose was silent, looking at the room for a while without saying anything. After a while, he ordered, "Have the kitchen cook some porridge and prepare some side dishes. Wait for her to wake up to eat." "Yes," Yi replied, and went out to give his orders. When it was close to noon, Feng Jiu finally woke up. Only, when she woke up and saw the person sitting by the bed reading a book, she was stunned. "Why did you come to my room so early in the morning?" Xin Yuan Mose hooked his lips, and a smile bloomed on his lips. He patted her head with the book in his hand. "Stupid woman, look whose room this is." She blinked, looked around, and was slightly surprised. Then she smiled embarrassedly and quickly sat up. "So it was me who walked into the wrong room. I was thinking that it was still warm when I lay down in the blanket, but I didn't touch anyone, so I ignored it. Hee. I've asked someone to prepare some food. Get up and eat. If you haven't slept enough, then continue sleeping." Hearing this, she rolled her eyes. "I'm not a pig." She lifted the blanket and got up, saying, "Bring me the clothes by the bed." Xin Yuan Mose stood up, put away the book in his hand, and handed her clothes. After she got dressed and washed up, he walked out. However, before he could sit down in the courtyard, a palace servant came in. "Miss Feng, the monarch invites you in." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's face darkened. He said directly, "Get lost." The eunuch couldn't help but lower his head. He didn't dare to speak, but looked at Feng Jiu. "I'll go take a look. You eat first. Don't wait for me." She patted his arm and pulled him to sit at the table. "I'll go with you." He stood up after being forced to sit down. He held her hand and walked out. "Side out," Feng Jiu shouted. She had no choice but to let him go. When they arrived at the palace, the monarch was sitting in front of a long table with squinted eyes. On the long table was a table full of delicious food. What was different from yesterday was that there was a chair and a set of chopsticks beside the monarch today. At this moment, a man in gray came forward and whispered a few words in the monarch's ear. The monarch opened his eyes and sneered. "Does he think that I'll eat his woman?" Chapter 1303. "Yes," the gray-clothed man replied with a hint of a smile in his eyes. The monarch and the crown prince had never eaten together before, so he must be looking forward to it. "Monarch!" Feng Jiu was led in by Xin Yuan Mose. She let go of his hand and bowed to him. "Father." Xin Yuan Mose's voice was indifferent as he called out. This monarch told her to come. "Why did you follow? Are you afraid that I'll eat her?" The monarch snorted and glanced at him. Then he said to Feng Jiu, "Why are you still standing there? Sit." Feng Jiu was listening to him scold Xin Yuan Mose. She was startled when she heard his voice. "What I told you to sit down and eat with this monarch." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. She stared at the table full of delicious food and smiled happily. She pulled Xin Yuan Mose to sit down. "Thank you, monarch." Xin Yuan Mose glanced at the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks that were prepared, but he did not say anything. "Eat. After eating, go back to where you came from. Don't be an eyesore here every day," the monarch said with a straight face, as if he was tired of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating the food that the palace servant put in front of him. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. She looked at him, then looked at Xin Yuan Mose. She did not say anything, but she stood up and put some food on the plate. She brought it to the monarch. "Monarch, tell me what you want to eat. I'll get it for you." The monarch replied and did not pay any attention to them. "Try this." Xin Yuan Mose put something in her bowl. "It's best to eat it while it's hot." "Okay, I ate this yesterday. It's not bad. You should try it." She picked up something and put it in his bowl. At the main seat, although the monarch was eating, he was watching the 2 of them from the corner of his eye. He saw them helping each other with food from time to time. They did not speak much, but the trust and warmth between the 2 of them made the monarch's eyes burn. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he took a sip of the tea beside him to hide the strange expression on his face. However, at this moment, After Xianyuan Mose scooped a bowl of soup for Fengjiu, she gestured to the monarch who was drinking tea. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose pursed his lips and his gaze darkened. He did not move for a long time. Seeing the woman beside him tugging at his sleeve and gesturing to him from time to time, he scooped another bowl and placed it in front of him. His voice was cold and hard as he said, "Don't drink tea while eating. Drink soup." The monarch was slightly taken aback. He lifted his eyes to look at the man and saw that he was already eating. If not for the piping hot soup in front of him, the monarch would have thought that he was hallucinating. Fengjiu smiled at the monarch. He did not say much and continued eating. After the monarch recovered from his shock, he put down the teacup in his hand and picked up the bowl of piping hot soup. He only felt numb in his heart, and it was sour and astringent. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, and he could not speak. During the meal, the atmosphere at the table was unusually quiet. Occasionally, only Fengjiu's laughter could be heard. Xianyuan Mose's brief replies, and the monarch, who was sitting at the main seat, stole glances from time to time. This meal took a full 2 hours before they finished eating. It was only when the monarch stood up and left without a word that Fengjiu put down his chopsticks. He rubbed his round belly and laughed happily. "I'm so full." Chapter 1304. When the two of them walked out together, Ying Yi and Hui Lang, who were waiting outside, silently followed them. Seeing them walk towards the palace gates, she couldn't help but ask, "Don't we need to say goodbye to the monarch?" "What's there to say? There's no need." As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he didn't let go of her hand. However, after walking a distance away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" She raised her head and asked, looking at him in surprise. Did he change his mind? Xianyuan Mo stared at her and asked, "Where's your veil?" Fengjiu was stunned. Then he chuckled. He took out the veil and waved it in his hand. "It's here." He took it and put it on for her. "There are too many people outside. It's better to put it on." "All right, I'll listen to you," she said with a smile, holding his hand as they walked towards the palace gates. They were leaving the palace. In her eyes, his father was just a father who didn't know how to express his feelings for his son. She thought that something must have happened between them, otherwise their relationship wouldn't be so stiff. However, they were father and son. As long as it wasn't a big mistake, there would be a day when a knot in their hearts would be untied. "Your Highness, Miss Feng, please wait a moment." Not far behind them, a hurried voice sounded. The two of them stopped and turned around, seeing the palace servant that Fengjiu was familiar with quickly running over. Gasping for breath, he bowed and presented a box with both hands. "Miss Feng, this is for you from the monarch." Fengjiu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Xianyuan Mose, then took the box and opened it to see a blood jade. What was different from normal blood jade was that this blood jade was filled with light, as if the light inside was about to overflow. It was very dazzling. Xianyuan Mose took a look, and his eyes moved slightly. He said to Fengjiu, "Take it." Hearing him say, "Take it," she put it away and said to the palace servant, "Thank the monarch for us." "Yes," the eunuch replied with a smile before turning to leave. It was not until they got into the carriage that Fengjiu took out the blood jade and looked at it again and again. "This blood jade is beautiful, but what's inside? It feels like it can move." He took the blood jade from her hand and used his fingertip to force a drop of her blood into the blood jade to recognize it as its master. He then tied it to her waist and said, "Wear this blood jade. Other than being able to help with your cultivation, it can also automatically protect its master." Automatically protecting its master? She was slightly surprised. Is this a magic treasure? A rare magical treasure? Hearing this, she blinked and smiled. "Your imperial father is quite generous." She didn't have anything to give him. "A single blood jade was enough to buy you over?" He raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. "Hee, you can't say that." She held his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. She smiled and narrowed her eyes, saying, "It should be said that I've subdued your imperial father." In response, Xianyuan Mose did not say anything and only reached out to hug her tightly. When the two of them returned to the Fu, the people in the Fu saw their master walking in with a veiled woman in red. They couldn't help but sneak a peek. In the past 2 days, they had been guessing her identity. The people in the Fu had been discussing her in private and felt that it was very novel. Chapter 1305. In the following days, the two of them were practically glued to each other the entire day. When Xinyuan Mose was handling matters, Feng Jiu would be at his side, tidying up his things, reading beside him, or lying on the soft couch to sleep. The days were warm and peaceful. In the residence, everyone was almost certain that this woman in red would be the mistress of the residence. Until, 2 months later, one day. Master, Uncle Han is back. He's waiting for you in the study. He came in to report, and at the same time glanced at Feng Jiu discreetly. Xinyuan Mose responded and said to Feng Jiu, I'll be back soon. Feng Jiu was lying on the soft couch reading a book and eating grapes that Xinyuan Mose had peeled. When she heard Xinyuan Mose's words, she responded and continued flipping through the pages of the book. He left with Xinyuan Mose, while Hui Lang stayed behind. Looking at Feng Jiu, who was leisurely reading, he couldn't help but step forward. Master was practically brought up by Uncle Han. Oh! She raised her head and glanced at Hui Lang. This Uncle Han is very special. Even Master calls him Uncle Han. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. I've been in the residence for more than 2 months. Why haven't I seen him yet? Uncle Han is in charge of the Black Dungeon. That's the place where mistakes are punished and secret guards are trained. He usually doesn't leave the Black Dungeon unless there's something important. This time, he probably heard the news that the ghost doctor had come to the residence, so he came over. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. Looking at Hui Lang, who was slightly hesitant to speak, her heart trembled slightly, but she didn't care and continued flipping through the book. However, this time, she couldn't really focus on the book. Hui Lang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he just closed his mouth. On the other side, in the study. Uncle Han, why are you back? Did something happen over there? After Xinyuan Mose entered the study, he saw the middle-aged man sitting at the table and asked, Aze, I heard that a woman of unknown origin came to the manor. Is there such a thing? The middle-aged man asked. He didn't address Xinyuan Mose as master or young master. Instead, he addressed him by his name as an elder would address a junior. Uncle Han, her name is Feng Jiu. She's not a woman of unknown origin. He sat down at the table and said in a low voice, I've known her for a few years. She's the woman I love and will be the mistress of the house in the future. I don't want Uncle Han to have any prejudice against her. Uncle Han's face darkened. Aze, you've never had a woman by your side since you were young. You don't know much about women. Women are all vain. They only care about your status and everything you have. They don't really love you. That's enough, Uncle Han. Xinyuan Mose stood up with a dark face. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Han. If there's nothing else, you should return to the Black Dungeon as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and strode out. Uncle Han, who was sitting in the study, clenched his fists as he watched Xinyuan Mose leave in a huff. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. His gaze darkened and a ruthless aura emanated from his body, making him look extremely terrifying. In the dark, the shadow guards didn't dare to breathe loudly when they saw this. After a while, he stood up and left the study. Only then did the shadow guards let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 1306. However, even though Master regarded Uncle Han as an elder, he would not listen to Uncle Han on this kind of matter. Moreover, in their opinion, Master and Feng Jiu were a perfect match. Master, who is usually cold and emotionless, would only show his gentle side in front of Feng Jiu. They had never seen this side of him before. They had been by Master's side for so long, but they rarely saw him like this. When they returned to the courtyard, Xinyuan Mose saw that the person in the courtyard seemed to be asleep with a book covering her face. He walked forward and sat down beside her. He glanced at Hui Lang. Why didn't you get a blanket to cover her? Hui Lang scratched his head. This subordinate didn't think of it just now. How about I go get it now? As he spoke, he quickly walked into the room and took out a blanket to hand to Master. Just as Xinyuan Mose was about to cover her with the blanket, he saw that the book covering her face was removed, revealing a smiling face. I'm not sleeping. Looking at that smiling face, the anger in his heart dissipated. the corner of his mouth raised slightly. If you're tired, go back to the room and sleep. It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep here. Then you'll carry me in? She stretched out her hands, directly asking him to carry her. Okay, he replied. He got up and bent down to pick her up. Holding her in his arms, he walked into the room. Seeing this, Grey Wolf let out a sigh of relief and grinned. He turned around and saw a figure standing not far away, looking at this scene with a gloomy face. The smile on Grey Wolf's face froze, and he glanced at Ing-yi who was beside him. Uncle Han, why did he come here? Did he want to see the ghost doctor? You too, come here. The middle-aged man standing outside the courtyard called out in a deep voice. Ing-yi and Hui Lang paused for a moment, then walked out. Greetings, Uncle Han. The two of them bowed and said, That woman has been living here all this time. Ing-yi pursed his lips and did not speak. Hui Lang smiled awkwardly. Uncle Han, her name is Fengjiu. She, just a shameless woman. You don't have to tell me her name. He snorted coldly. When he thought of the scene he just saw, his gaze became even more malicious. Uncle Han, that's the woman Master likes. I think Uncle Han shouldn't be too presumptuous. Otherwise, if Master hears it, he won't like it. He said coldly. He felt that Uncle Han was meddling too much. How dare you? Suddenly, Ing-yi's blood started to boil. He let out a muffled groan and staggered. A mouthful of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Uncle Han, what are you doing? Hui Lang was shocked and quickly supported Ing-yi while glaring at him. What are you doing? Is this how you do things when you follow Master? You let some random woman get close to him. Do you know your sins? He shouted in a deep voice. His voice was like thunder in the hearts of the two men. They didn't even have a chance to speak because the other party was too strong enough to suppress them. In the courtyard, Xin Yuan Mo's face darkened when he heard the commotion outside. Fengjiu raised an eyebrow and glanced outside. She had just laid down on the bed. She hadn't even covered herself with a quilt, and there was already a commotion outside. I'll go out and take a look. You sleep. He pulled up the quilt and covered her with it, then turned and walked out. Chapter 1307. Outside, Uncle Han, who was scolding the two, saw the door of the courtyard open. His face darkened as he looked over. His gaze went past Xin Yuan Mo's and landed on Fengjiu, who was dressed in red. Looking at the woman's beautiful face, he was even more certain that she was a vixen. When Fengjiu walked out, she sensed a sharp and hostile gaze staring at her and sizing her up. She raised her eyes and looked over, her gaze landing on the middle-aged man outside the courtyard. The man was dressed in black clothes, had a robust figure, and a piercingly cold aura. His entire body emanated a powerful and sharp pressure. As for his face, it was not ordinary, but it was not outstanding either. However, he had a dignified face, but at this moment, he looked a little sinister and gave people a bad feeling. Was this the Uncle Han that Hui Lang mentioned? Even if Xin Yuan Mo's was brought up by him, he was too meddlesome. He even wanted to meddle with the woman by his side. This desire to control, really opened her eyes. Even the monarch of the palace, Xin Yuan Mo's father, was not as meddlesome as him. Her first impression of this Uncle Han was very bad, and she was very displeased. If it were a relative, it would be understandable. However, he was neither a relative nor a friend. How could he meddle in her master's affairs just because of a bit of friendship? She did not know why Xin Yuan Mo's kept such a person and let him manage his black prison. However, it was obvious that this person did not know that he had crossed the line. What happened? Xin Yuan Mo's asked in a low voice. His gaze was fixed on Hui Lang and Ing-yi, especially when he saw Ing-yi's pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth. His face darkened. Without waiting for Ing-yi and Hui Lang to speak, Uncle Han asked first, Is this the Fengjiu you were talking about? He stared at Fengjiu with a sharp and sinister gaze. She is really capable. Uncle Han. Xin Yuan Mo's looked at him and frowned. I told you to stay out of this. Aze, this demoness must know some kind of seduction technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to charm you like this. You can't keep such a person by your side. If you really want a woman, Uncle Han can help you find one. There are many who are prettier than her. Hearing this, Fengjiu burst out laughing. She slowly stepped forward and came to Xian Yuan Mo's side. She held his arm with both hands and leaned against him. Her beautiful face bloomed with an enchanting smile. Mose, who is this old man? Hearing this, Hui Lang's he couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. They glanced at Uncle Han, whose face was ashen, and tactfully retreated to the side. Old man, only the ghost doctor would dare to tease people like this. But then again, with the ghost doctor's personality, it would be strange if she still respectfully called out to Uncle Han after Uncle Han insulted her time and time again. His name is Han Rong. We all call him Uncle Han. Xian Yuan Mose said simply. Oh, his surname is Han? I thought his surname was Xian Yuan. She said carelessly. She glanced at the middle-aged man who was clenching his fists in anger. Since he's an outsider, then he's naturally not your relative. If he's not your relative, then he's a servant. How can a servant care about your business? You impudent! Han Rong shouted angrily. But who knew that you're the impudent one? Chapter 1308. She let go of Xian Yuan Mose's arm and stepped forward, fearlessly standing in front of Han Rong. Her eyes were as cold as frost, and with a frightening aura, she berated. You're just a servant. Who gave you the right to be so presumptuous in front of your master? You're just an outsider. What right do you have to speak here? Han Rong was so angry that his face was ashen. His chest heaved up and down violently, and his entire body was filled with hostility. He looked like he couldn't wait to kill Fengjiu. There was no doubt that if Xian Yuan Mose wasn't standing there, he would have attacked already. Fengjiu sneered. I'm just an outsider? Huh. How can I be more than a servant like you? I watched Aze grow up. He angrily clenched his fists and shouted. So what if you watch him grow up? Did you give birth to him? Or did you raise him? Watch him grow up? Can you not differentiate between seniority and inferiority just because you watch him grow up? Can't differentiate between master and servant? Or are you trying to force me to repay your kindness? She stepped closer and closer, her words aggressive. Han Rong's face turned from green to black and then to red. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She could only stare at Fengjiu with a pair of angry eyes, as if she wanted to drink her blood and eat her flesh. Xian Yuan Mose, who originally didn't look very good, heard Fengjiu's words, and his face softened. His eyes flashed with a trace of a smile and doting. He didn't say anything and let her handle it. In the future, she would be the mistress of this house. Although because of her relationship with him, the people in the house would acknowledge her, but it was hard to say if they would really obey her. She must have the ability and courage to handle things. Originally, he was thinking of how to find an opportunity for her. Now that Han Rong had personally delivered herself to his door, who else was more suitable than him to be the one to punish the chicken to warn the monkey? Using Han Rong, who was in charge of the black prison, as an example, who in this house would dare to not obey her? Aze, you're just going to let this demoness humiliate Uncle Han like this? He couldn't take it anymore and looked at the indifferent Xian Yuan Mose. What I see is only you humiliating her, not the other way around. Xian Yuan Mose's eyes darkened. He glanced at him expressionlessly and coldly, said, Perhaps you should pay more attention to the rules of the Fu. Han Rong's heart sank when she heard him refer to himself as this lord. She knew that he wouldn't listen to anything she said now. If she mentioned it again, it would only make things more troublesome. At that moment, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He tried his best to make himself look as calm as possible. Then he said, I understand. I'll take my leave first. As he said that, he cupped his hands and bowed. Without waiting for them to say anything, he turned around and left. Xian Yuan Mose stared at his back and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Fengjiu raised his eyebrows in surprise. That's it. She thought that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would make a move. It seemed that this person's endurance was really not ordinary. He could even suppress this kind of thing. Thinking about it from another angle, a strong person who was originally respected in this house could only suppress his anger and leave after being suddenly admonished. How much endurance did he have to be able to do that? Moreover, the person who admonished him was her. Even if Xian Yuan Mose said that she would be the mistress of this house, she wouldn't be the mistress of this house until she married him. However, he endured her admonishment and left. With this kind of endurance, how could anyone look down on him? What are you thinking about? Chapter 1309. I'm thinking, why did you keep such a person by your side? Why did you entrust him with such an important task? Based on his character, this was not right. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction that Han Rong left and said, he was never like this before. On the side, Grey Wolf supported Ing Yi and stepped forward, quickly saying, yes, he really wasn't like this in the past. In the past, he was wholeheartedly thinking about master and house. He never did anything out of line. Today, he went too far. It really surprised people. Feng Jiu was deep in thought. Never like this before. Just because of her? Could it be that she really had a bad first impression of him? So she misunderstood that he was a scheming person? Hui Lang, helping Yi to get treated. Xianyuan Mo said, yes. After replying, he left with Ing Yi first. Xianyuan Mo's held her hand and said, there are many people in the manor, and many of them are stronger than you. They will acknowledge you because of your relationship with me, but whether they accept you or not, it's up to you to decide in the future. Speaking of this, he smiled and said, you handled today's matter well. You should be ruthless and don't have any scruples. Hearing this, she sighed and frowned with a look of disdain. I haven't married you, and you're already so troublesome. I have to reconsider whether I want to marry you or not. Saying this, she pulled her hand back and turned to walk into the courtyard. Xianyuan Mo was startled and stunned for a moment. He chased after her anxiously. You promised me. You can't go back on your words. She looked at the sky and thought for a moment. Then, she pursed her lips and refused to admit it. Did I? What did I promise you? Why don't I remember? You must have remembered wrongly. Feng Jiu, I'm here. She smiled slyly. You know that I hate troublesome matters. Moreover, I'm not as strong as the people in your manor. If someone bullies me in the future, I won't be able to beat them. So, after thinking about it, I'll forget about it. I'll protect you with me here, he said seriously. Moreover, my people won't offend their superiors. Hearing this, she waved her index finger in front of him. Don't say it's so early, it's hard to say. Moreover, I heard that men are different before and after marriage. I'm starting to worry. I'm only 17 or 18 years old, in the prime of my youth. There's still a lot of time. I can't get married so easily. You're not young anymore. As he spoke, he glanced at her chest. The place that should be big has also grown. Hearing this, Feng Jiu rolled her eyes and snorted. Where are you looking at? What are you looking at? Xiao Jiu, how about this? Let's pick an auspicious day, and I'll send the betrothal gifts first. How about it? Nothing much. I have to reconsider. What's more, there's still a 10-year agreement between you and me. She snorted. Looking at his anxious expression, she found it somewhat funny. Thinking about it, I've been here for a few months. I'll probably be leaving in a few days. She looked at him and said, after I leave, you don't have to specifically ask about me. When it's time to appear, I'll appear. Hearing this, his brows furrowed. Are you planning to hide? Actually, if you have anything to do, you can tell me. I'll help you solve it. Chapter 1310. A woman who relies on a man too much will become nothing in the end. She doesn't like to rely on others. She wants to be able to make her own decisions and deal with her own problems. Even if she is in the 8 great empires, she hopes that one day her power will spread to this side. Her people will spread to every corner of the 8 great empires. She only needs to give the order, and all the heroes will rush over. Thinking of this, her eyes flashed. She feels that this will come true. She wants to have this kind of power, not to dominate the world or anything. She just wants to have enough power to protect people who want to hurt her country and her family. A man wants to become strong and dominate the world to become a Jizun cultivator. A woman wants to become strong and become a Jizun cultivator. She wants to become strong and become a Jizun cultivator. She wants to have great power, but it is only to have the power to protect the people she wants to protect. To a woman, dominating the world is not very attractive. Even for her, her life goal is not that. Therefore, When she heard Imo Chun say that she will become the ruler of the world, she only laughed it off. That is impossible because she only wants to live a simple life. She wants to have enough power to protect the people she wants to protect. She wants to live with the people she likes, have a few children, watch the children grow up, watch the clouds move by, watch the sunset and the rosy clouds rise and fall together. Xin Yuan Mo saw the determination in her eyes and didn't say anything more. He only said helplessly, "All right, if there is anything you can't solve, you can help me. Also, when you leave this place, where are you going?" She should at least let him know, right? Otherwise, how am I going to find her? Hearing this, she looked up at him and laughed softly. "I'm not telling you." With that, the red figure quickly ran away. Looking at her figure running into the room, he shook his head and sighed. It is said that only women and villains are difficult to deal with. He finally experienced this today. Especially, from the first time he met her, he knew that this woman was as cunning as a fox. Her temperament was even better than most women. Even he had suffered many losses at her hands. However, this time, she seemed to be more well-behaved. She only stayed by his side all day and didn't think of any other tricks. He thought that she had changed, so she was waiting for him here. On the other side, Han Rong, who had returned to her room, was so angry that she smashed the table. When she thought of the previous scene, she felt a fire burning in her heart. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and she could not suppress her anger. Demoness, she wanted to be the mistress of the mansion. "I, Han Rong, will not let you do as you wish." He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The news of Feng Jiu scolding Han Rong spread quickly in the mansion. Some people were shocked. After all, Han Rong's status in the mansion was not low. Even the master usually called him Uncle Han. Feng Jiu dared to scold him in front of the master. More importantly, master didn't stop him. For a moment, they thought in their hearts and couldn't help but re-evaluate Feng Jiu's position in their master's heart and in the manor. The day seemed to pass peacefully as usual. However, a few days later, when Han Rong brought 4 beautiful and voluptuous women to the main courtyard, many people were slightly surprised. Chapter 13:11. Ying Yi and Hui Lang, who were standing guard outside the main courtyard, saw him come in with 4 women. They couldn't help but look at each other. One of them blocked the entrance while the other went in to report. Because the door wasn't closed, Hui Lang went in directly. He poked his head inside, but didn't see Feng Jiu's figure. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Master, Uncle Han brought 4 women here. They're all like this." He even twisted his body and drew a line in front of his chest with his hands, showing off their exquisite and voluptuous figures. Xin Yuan Mo's face darkened. He glanced at him and then looked at Feng Jiu, who appeared behind Hui Lang. Seeing that his master's gaze was looking behind him, Grey Wolf felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly turned around. When he saw the red figure standing there, he couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Ghost doctor. Hui Lang, you're quite good at drawing. Your waist is also quite soft. I didn't know you had such potential," Feng Jiu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Haha, actually I just came in to report. I'll leave first." He smiled stiffly and left. "Beauties, there are 4 of them, and they're all voluptuous. Aren't you going to take a look?" She glanced at the man sitting at the table. "I'll just send them away." He didn't want to go out at all. He knew that this woman's jealousy was very strong. If he really dared to leave this woman by his side, she could pack up and leave at any time. He didn't dare to take this risk. He reached out to pull her, but saw that she avoided him. She glanced outside and said, "How can that be? Delicate and voluptuous beauties. Even if you don't want to take a look, I want to take a look. What's more, it's your Uncle Han's good intentions, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she really walked out. Seeing this, he helplessly sighed and could only follow. "Uncle Han, without master's permission, you can't enter. You should know." Ying Yi's face was cold and expressionless as he spoke. He blocked the entrance to the courtyard, not allowing him to take a step forward. Han Rong's face was gloomy. She glanced at Ying Yi and didn't say anything because the people in the room had already come out. "What are you doing?" Xin Yuan Mo's voice was low and cold. "Aze, Uncle Han knows that he went overboard that day, So he's here today to apologize to Miss Feng, he said to Xianyuan Mose, then looked at Fengjiu. His eyes moved slightly as he said, Miss Feng, this Han has specially come today to apologize. I know that Miss Feng has been in the manor for so long and doesn't even have a servant girl to serve you. So, I specially picked a few people to serve Miss Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and shouted at the women beside him, Why aren't you coming forward to greet Miss Feng? This servant greets Miss Feng. The four of them curtsied and bowed. Their voices were gentle and flirtatious. When they bent over, their breasts were faintly discernible. When they raised their eyes again, their eyes were like limpid autumn water, charming like silk. It was very moving. Hui Lang was speechless. It couldn't be right. These four delicate and voluptuous beauties were prepared for the ghost doctor. If they were given to the ghost doctor, a woman like her wouldn't be able to enjoy them. He originally thought that they were here to give to Master. But it was also true. This Han Rong knew that Master wouldn't accept them, so he said that he was here to apologize. However, this apology was fake, and the real purpose was to give them away, right? Chapter 13:12. Xianyuan Mose furrowed his brows and looked at Fengjiu. When he saw her glowing eyes staring at the four women, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he looked away, speechless. Are you really giving me these plump beauties? She stepped forward and touched one of the hands. They're so smooth. What are you applying? The beauty whose hand was touched by her stiffened and didn't dare to withdraw her hand. She could only brace herself and say softly, Miss Feng, this servant uses pearl cream on my hands. Oh, so you use pearls. No wonder they're so smooth. She nodded and let go of the woman's hand. She lifted the woman's chin and said, Their looks are quite pleasing to the eye. Their skin is so white. I'm envious. Ing Yi and Hui Lang lowered their heads and hid the smile in their eyes. Han Rong frowned slightly and was a little surprised. He thought she would be angry, but who knew she would flirt with the women in front of them? Was this demoness really a woman? Are you really giving these beauties to me? Fengjiu turned around and asked Han Rong. Take them back. They're an eyesore. Before Han Rong could say anything, Xianyuan Mose couldn't take it anymore. His woman didn't flirt with him and went to flirt with the other women. If they really stayed, what would happen in the future? Seeing this, Han Rong smiled. Aze, Miss Feng also needs someone to take care of her. He looked at Fengjiu. Are you satisfied with these people? Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. But since you're giving them to me, then they're my people, right? What if I accidentally kill them? You won't make trouble for me, right? She smiled innocently and looked at Han Rong. Hearing this, Han Rong's heart moved and he looked at her. Haha, of course not. Since I'm giving them to Miss Feng, they're naturally Miss Feng's people. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. But I think, since I'm giving them to Miss Feng as an apology, Miss Feng won't let them die so easily. Of course, she replied with a smile. If these people dared to have any thoughts that they shouldn't have, she wouldn't let them die. At most, she would make them wish they were dead. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianyuan Mose before turning to leave with a smile. Why did you keep them here? Xianyuan Mose asked. She could have rejected him, but she chose to let him stay. She glanced at him, her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled and said, Of course. Otherwise, the days would be too boring, wouldn't they? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the four beauties in front of her and asked, What are your names? However, just as they were about to say their names, Fengjiu waved his hand and said, Let's call the four of you spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Don't come to the main courtyard unless I tell you otherwise. Yes, the four of them replied, not daring to refute. Hui Lang, if there's anything you need them to do, I'll leave it to you, she said as she looked at Hui Lang. Me? He paused and looked at the four women. He scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, All right then, you guys go and fetch water first. Fill up all the water tanks in the backyard. Yes. The four of them replied and bowed before heading to the back. Chapter 13:13. I remember that the water in the back courtyard is from the spring water in the back mountain. Furthermore, the bucket seems to have a sharp bottom. Fengjiu raised an eyebrow at Hui Lang. That's right. It's the spring water from the back mountain. It'll probably take a full day to carry the water. Ghost Doctor, I'm helping you send them away, so that they won't be an eyesore in front of you and Master. She chuckled. How can they be an eyesore? Those four beauties with voluptuous figures swaying in front of my eyes like delicate flowers are a feast for the eyes. But Master thinks that they're an eyesore. Master only has eyes for you. With you around, no matter how beautiful the women are, they won't be able to enter Master's eyes, he said fawningly. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mose curled his lips and glanced at Hui Lang before reaching out to hug Fengjiu. Do you want to go out for a walk today? I'll accompany you. No, I plan to stay here and enjoy the carefree days of being waited upon. She turned and walked inside, lying down on the soft couch. She said to Hui Lang, let 2 people carry the water. Call 2 more back to massage my feet and serve me closely. Hearing this, Hui Lang glanced at Master and said, okay. He rushed to the back courtyard and called the 2 women back. Where did Han Rong call you from? Fengjiu rested her head on her hands and looked at the 2 women kneeling to massage her legs. Replying to young miss, we were transferred out from the beauty pavilion. The 2 of them replied in unison. Oh, there's a beauty pavilion here? She glanced at Xian Yuan Mose and asked with a faint smile. You've never been there before? No, Xian Yuan Mose said. Seeing her squinting comfortably and being served by 2 women, he said, I'll go to the study to take care of some matters. I'll be back later. Seeing him leave, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Hui Lang. Is your master running away? How could that be? Hui Lang smiled embarrassedly and retreated outside. Fengjiu snorted and stopped talking. He closed his eyes and went to sleep. At this time, when the 2 women saw that she had fallen asleep, they quietly sized her up. Today, when they came over, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at her directly. Now that they saw her, they could not help but be surprised by her beauty. Even among the hundreds of beauties in the beauty pavilion, none of them could compare to her. It was no wonder that the Yama Lord took a liking to her. They had heard that their master, who had never been close to women, doted on a red-clothed woman very much and treated her as a treasure in his palm. Seeing her today, they couldn't help but envy and yearn for her. If they could also obtain Master's pity, how good would that be? Thinking of this and what Han Rong said, the 2 women looked at each other and couldn't help but lower their gazes and gently massage her legs at night. The sky was filled with stars and the courtyard was quiet. After returning to the main courtyard to have dinner with Fengjiu, Xian Yuan Mose returned to the study to take care of unfinished business. He was busy until late at night. Fengjiu was already lying on the bed resting. At this time, a woman came to the study with ginseng tea. However, before she could enter, she was stopped by Ying Yi. Go back. Ying Yi lowered his voice and said coldly. Chapter 13-14. Hearing this, Ying Yi glanced at the woman and guessed Fengjiu's intention. Thus, he pushed open the door and said, Go in. Thank you, guarding. The woman was delighted. She gently bowed and walked inside with the ginseng tea. After the woman entered, Ying Yi glanced at the roof and stood guard outside the door as if he didn't know anything. At this time, on the roof of the study, a red figure was squatting there, looking down with interest through the small skylight. Compared to her leisure, Xian Yuan Mose's face was dark. Thinking of what the woman who came in through the window said to him, he felt a headache coming on. What did she say? She wanted him to cooperate with her. She wanted to see if she could make a move on those women, so as not to hurt the innocent. He didn't know if he should be happy that she trusted him or angry that she used him to test those women. Master, this servant has brought the ginseng tea. A coquettish voice rang out, causing Fengjiu, who was on the roof, to tremble and her eyes to shine. This voice was much more coquettish than talking to her. Did she really want her man? Ha, she had guts. Then don't blame her for being impolite. She glanced downstairs and saw Xian Yuan Mose sitting upright and closing the things on the table. When she saw the unconcealable joy on the woman's face, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. When the sound reached the study downstairs, the woman was shocked and her face instantly paled. She hurriedly looked up and saw the red figure sitting by the little skylight above. Ah! She cried out in alarm and her legs went soft. She was about to throw herself at Xian Yuan Mo's when she was pushed away by a force and flew out of the study. The night is good. Handsome man, do you want to come up and admire the moon? She sat cross-legged and touched her chin with one hand. She looked down at Xian Yuan Mo's with a smile. Actually, I won't be jealous if you take advantage of that woman. Just don't let others take advantage of you. Hearing the first sentence, Xian Yuan Mo's lips revealed a smile. He thought that this little woman finally understood and knew to invite him to admire the moon. Who knew that the next sentence would directly cut off his thoughts? Sure enough, she was still so unreliable. He walked out of the study with his hands behind his back and glanced at the woman who had fainted from fright. He had sent someone to take her away. Then he tiptoed and jumped onto the roof of the study and slowly walked towards a red figure. Feng Jiu blinked her eyes and admired the black figure walking under the moonlight. Looking at the godlike handsome figure exuding the charm of a mature man, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She felt that her taste in men was really good. Such an outstanding man. She directly hugged his thigh. As for the crafty and quick-witted Feng Jiu, she sat leisurely on the roof. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with a smile. In Xian Yuan Mo's eyes, she was like a seductive spirit under the night sky, seductive and captivating. Handsome man smile. The teasing words came with a smile, breaking the romantic and mysterious atmosphere. Xian Yuan Mo's, who heard her words, couldn't help but smile helplessly. Such a good atmosphere. Can't you say something normal? Chapter 13:15. For example, you can express your love from me to me. He revealed a smile and sat down beside her. He reached out his hand and naturally pulled her into his embrace. Who knew that he would be greeted by her elbow? And, he groaned, you're murdering your own husband. Does it hurt? I'm sorry, I definitely didn't do it on purpose. I'll help you rub it, she said with a smile and reached out her hand to rub his chest. A pair of small hands rubbed his chest. Xian Yuan Mo's only felt his breathing quicken and a fire in his body. He immediately grabbed her hand and gritted his teeth as he said, Don't light the fire. Light the fire? No, I didn't light the fire. She glanced at him and saw that his face was a bit uncomfortable and his body was slightly stiff. She couldn't help but curiously blink her eyes. She looked up and down and was a bit stunned. Your self-control is like this? Xian Yuan Mo's only felt the fire in his body burning even more fiercely, especially when this woman actually glanced at his lower body in front of him. That gaze was like a fuse, making him almost unable to hold it in. However, a certain person didn't know it and actually continued to tease him. Your body seems to be a bit stiff. Could it be that you're too tired? How about I help you massage your shoulders? And just like that, Feng Jiu quickly stood up and excitedly came to his side to massage his shoulders. Relax, relax. Don't always tense your body. When he heard that, Xian Yuan Mo's let her be. After taking a deep breath, he calmed the fire in his body and gradually relaxed his body. He felt that pair of small hands pressing on his shoulders. Time and time again, the strength was neither light nor heavy. It was gentle and slow, and it was very comfortable. Yes, just like that. Relax is right. She smiled and narrowed her eyes, a trace of slyness flashing through her eyes. She first loosened his shoulders and then massaged his temples. It was only because of her that he could be so assured to give himself to her and let her massage him at will. If it was anyone else, he would never give his back to someone he didn't trust, let alone a fatal head. How is it? Is it comfortable? She asked with a smile. Yes, it's comfortable. Not only was it comfortable, but he also felt that all his fatigue had disappeared. The night breeze was cool, and he had the company of someone he cared about. She was also helping him massage. This feeling made him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. That's right. This is a special finger technique. There are acupuncture points. I can't just press them randomly. She chuckled and pressed from his head up to his neck. She pressed a little, all the way down to his back and to his waist. She only felt that when her hand pressed down on his waist, his body stiffened. His originally half-closed eyes also opened, and a ball of fire leaped up in his eyes once again. You have to massage your waist if you sit for too long. Otherwise, it will be sore in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, he hugged her from behind and carried her to the front. She lay on his lap. As she blinked and looked at him, she noticed that his gaze was getting darker and darker. He stared intently at her red lips. His throat moved up and down, and his face gradually lowered. Seeing this, she reached out to hold his face and looked at him attentively and seriously. Under his expectant gaze, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice came out with a trace of a smile. Chapter 13:16. Xinyuan Mo's lips twitched when he heard those words that spoiled the mood. His entire body froze on the spot as he stared speechlessly at the silhouette that instantly leapt up from his lap, giggling as she quickly ran off. Seeing the red figure disappear into the night with a few leaps, only her clear and melodious laughter could be heard in the wind. He couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. This woman, she was the one who flirted, and she was the one who ruined the mood. What was he supposed to do with this annoying little vixen? He sat on the rooftop, enjoying the night breeze. Even the cool night breeze couldn't suppress the heat in his body. He was a man. If he was teased again and again, he would suffer internal injuries. On the other side, Fengjiu had already returned to her room in the courtyard. After closing the door and windows, she hid under the blanket and laughed. All right, she admitted that she had done it on purpose. She had only wanted to test his self-control. Who knew that he would have no self-control? When she thought of his expectant gaze and the way he froze in place, she couldn't help but laugh. As for Xinyuan Mo's, who had returned to the courtyard, he glanced at her room and shook his head. He went into his room and ordered someone to prepare some water for him to soak in. The next day, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by a piercing scream. The scream traveled from the rear courtyard to the front of the main courtyard, startling everyone in the front and rear courtyard awake. Of course, there was one exception, Fengjiu, who was sleeping with a blanket over her head. She acted as if she hadn't heard the scream. She turned around and pulled the blanket over her head. She didn't even try to find out what was going on. She didn't need to be curious to know what was going on. After all, it was her doing. Of the 4 women, 2 were keeping watch in the outer room of Fengjiu's room. They were there to wait on Fengjiu to see if she needed water. As for the other 2, besides the one who had been brought back last night, the other was also in the rear courtyard. When the piercing scream pierced the sky, the 2 women in Fengjiu's room saw that Fengjiu wasn't moving. They walked out quietly and were about to go to the back to see what was going on when they saw Xia rushing over. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't know what happened to Dong. When she woke up this morning, she gasped for breath, her face full of shock. What happened to her? They knew. Last night, when Miss asked them who was going to deliver the ginseng soup to their master, they were hesitant. Dong was the only one who stepped forward. However, she was carried back. Her injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. I become fatter. Was when she woke. When they heard this, Spring and Autumn were shocked. They looked at each other. Chunner said, "Go and take a look. Miss hasn't woken up yet. It's better if I stay here." "All right, I'll be back soon," Chioer said. She followed Xia to the rear courtyard. As she walked, she was shocked. How could she gain weight overnight for no reason? Furthermore, she was in the residence. If that was true, then it could be, when she thought of this, she couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 13:17. The person crying on the bed lifted her head. Her face was so swollen that it looked like someone had blown air into it. The 2 of them gasped in shock as they covered their mouths and took a step back. I don't know what happened. I woke up like this in the morning." Dong cried on the bed as she pulled up her pants to cover her head. She was too ashamed to face anyone. After she calmed down, Chun-Er's gaze flickered. "Don't cry. It's probably just a little swollen. It's fine as long as there's no other problem. When Miss wakes up, I'll tell her about your situation." The 2 of them comforted her. After a while, they left and went to the front. After speaking to Chioer for a while, the 3 of them looked at each other and found Hui Lang. "Captain Dong." The 2 of them told Hui Lang about what happened in the backyard. Hui Lang's face twitched when he heard this. He said, "You could talk to Miss about this when she wakes up." With that, he flashed out. What a joke. It was obvious that the ghost doctor was behind this. asking him to deal with it? Forget about it. When the three of them saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. They quietly guarded the room and waited for Fengjiu to wake up. Fengjiu finally woke up at about the end of the morning. After she washed up, she walked out of the room. The three of them looked at each other and tried to push each other to get the person beside them to speak. In the end, it was Chiao who carefully reported, "Miss, I don't know what happened to Dong She's gained 2 rounds of weight overnight." "Oh, is that so? It's fine. I know medicine. I'll take a look at her later." As she spoke, she glanced at the other room in the courtyard. "Is the person over there not awake yet?" "He left early," Chunner said. "Oh." Fengjiu nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Did you forget that you're here to serve me? Go to the kitchen and see what's there. Bring some over for me." "Yes." The three of them hurriedly went to prepare the food for her. After Fengjiu ate her fill, Xin Yuan Mo's didn't return. Therefore, she said, "Let's go. Let's go and see her." Thus, the three of them followed behind her and headed to the backyard with apprehension. Looking at the fat man, Fengjiu couldn't help but sigh. The effect of the medicine was really strong. She had only casually stuffed a strange pill in her mouth, but she had grown fat overnight. It was as if she had blown air into a rubber ball. It was inconceivable. "How do you feel? Other than being fat, are there any other discomforts in your body?" She took out a small notebook and asked as she jotted it down. This was a book that recorded the effects of those strange pills. "No, young miss, please save me." Dong cried and begged. "It's fine. Wait a moment. I'll find a pill for you." Fengjiu waved his hand and took out a dark red pill. Dong hesitated as she looked at the dark red pill. She was a little uneasy as she looked at Fengjiu. She didn't dare to eat it. That pill didn't look like an ordinary pill. Would there be any problems if she ate it? However, just as she opened her mouth, a stream of air hit her and hit the acupuncture point on her chest. She cried out. At the same time, Fengjiu flicked the pill into her mouth. "You should be glad that you have the chance to taste my pill." She clapped her hands and looked at Dong, who had swallowed the pill. "Wait a moment. Tell me if there are any symptoms." Chapter 13:18. Was it because they approached him with ulterior motives that they ended up as test subjects? No, that wasn't it. She didn't directly use the medicine on the 4 of them. She only used it after Dong gave them the ginseng soup. As they thought of this, the other 3 lowered their heads nervously. At this moment, Dong face turned pale as she thought of the same thing. She suddenly cried out in pain, and her entire body rolled on the ground as she spun around. Her painful cries continued to come out of her mouth. Her originally fat body was visibly slimming down at this moment. However, she was still slimming down. Her hands and feet were on the ground, and she was squatting like a wild beast. She cried out, and her fat body was actually squatting and jumping on the ground like an animal. Following this, her face started to change. She turned from a human to a cat and a tiger. The most unbelievable thing was that a strange tail grew out of her back. Chun, Xia, and Chiu were shocked by this scene. They covered their mouths and exclaimed as they retreated to one side. "Oh, so that's a beast pill?" Fengjiu looked at the tail that grew out of her body. He was very curious as to how this tail grew out. As she watched, she wrote down the changes that happened to Dong, after she ate the beast pill. However, at this moment, Dong, who was almost like a wild beast, suddenly turned her head. Her bloodthirsty eyes stared at Fengjiu, who was sitting by the table and writing something. She suddenly leaped forward and pounced over. Her sharp claws, which had evolved from her mutation, were filled with a murderous aura as they clawed at Fengjiu's neck. "Hiss! No!" The 3 girls gasped. When they saw that she was attacking Fengjiu, they couldn't help but exclaim. They wanted to stop her, but because they had retreated to one side, and because Dong pounced forward at an extremely fast speed, they could only watch helplessly for a moment. However, when they saw that Fengjiu, who was writing something in the small book, lifted his eyes and swept his sleeve, a powerful air current that could be seen with the naked eye surged out and sent Dong flying. The 3 of them were even more shocked. The 4 of them had come from the beauty's house. Apart from their stunning looks, their abilities had already reached the Aurus core stage. However, Dong who was also an Aura's core stage cultivator, was sent flying by the nonchalant Phoenix Nine. Just how strong was she? Could it be that her strength was above the four of them? As they thought of this scene and looked at Dong, the three of them were shocked. If they did what Haunt, would they end up like Dong, and become pill testers? Suddenly, they remembered what she and Han Rong had said. She said that she wouldn't let them die so easily. So, this was what she meant. Ao. Dong, howled like a wild beast as she crashed to the ground. Just as she was about to get up and pounce forward again, she was suppressed by Feng Jiu's aura and was unable to get up. She walked forward and curiously felt her pulse. Then, she touched the strange tail that grew out of her back. As she touched the tail, she muttered to herself, "How did you grow a tail?" It actually became a beast pill. That's weird. Just as she was thinking, she heard a thunderous roar from outside. Witch, come out. Is this your doing? Chapter 1319. A loud fart sound rang out, causing the hidden guards to be stunned. They looked strangely at Han Rong, who looked as if she wanted to kill someone. Feng Jiu walked out from the backyard, followed by the three servant girls. Perhaps they were shocked by Dong, current appearance, but they all lowered their heads and respectfully followed 3 steps behind Feng Jiu. They put away their flirtatious looks and replaced them with humility and respect. What's going on now? Feng Jiu glanced at the furious and embarrassed Han Rong, wrinkling his brows and covering his nose. You're too rude. As soon as Feng Jiu's voice fell, he heard Han Rong farting again. Instantly, his entire face turned red. He had never been so embarrassed before. He only felt that the prestige he had built up over the years had been destroyed because of this uncontrollable fart. Witch, it's you, isn't it? When did you take the opportunity to attack me? How dare you? His face was red as he glared at her. Take out the antidote. The frightening aura that came from the fierce and furious voice was destroyed by the sound of another fart. In the shadows, the hidden guards were stunned. In the courtyard, Feng Jiu covered his nose and took a few steps back, staring coldly at him. Witch? Huh? How dare you? Take out the antidote. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Just as his fierce voice sounded, the furious Han Rong sucked in his palm, and a wave of spiritual energy surged in his palm. In the next moment, his figure suddenly shot out, rushing towards Feng Jiu. His speed and the ferocity of his attack made people's hearts jump. Whether it was Chun, Xia, or Qiu, or the hidden guards, they all saw that Han Rong wanted to take Feng Jiu's life. The hidden guards saw that the situation was not good and quickly went to report to their masters. At this moment, Hui Lang, who had just returned from a walk, saw the 2 people fighting in front of the courtyard and quickly ran forward to shout. Han Rong, what are you doing? Is that someone you can touch? Stop it now. A dark light flashed in Han Rong's eyes. Since she had made a move, she had to kill this demoness before Aze arrived. He would never let this demoness live by Aze's side. Powerful airflow and pressure rushed out. Feng Jiu, who was standing there, narrowed his eyes. Apart from the time in the Forest of Death when he felt the pressure and airflow stronger than the nascent soul stage, this was the second time he felt it. This was the level above the nascent soul realm, which was the true power of the fairy realm. The pressure and airflow were powerful enough to destroy everything, especially the wind blades that were flying towards her. They were so strong that her cheeks hurt. If she didn't have the protection of the ancient pressure, she wouldn't even be able to make a move against such an expert. With a move of her hand, the red silk around her waist wrapped around her hand. The red silk, which had been infused with spiritual energy, instantly turned from a belt into an offensive weapon. With a whoosh, it flew out and met the attack that was coming towards her. Above the red silk, there was a sharp aura of spiritual force that formed a blade of qi. The 2 figures moved together, and there was only the sound of qi being refracted. As the 2 of them exchanged blows, the powerful pressure caused the blood in the hearts of some of the shadow guards to churn. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, not to mention the 3 maids. They wanted to go down and help. Chapter 1320. Bang! After Han Rong dodged the attack of the red silk, he flipped his palm and condensed a sharp ice blade in his palm, attacking Feng Jiu. When Feng Jiu saw this, she immediately used her red silk to block it. The ice blade, which was as thick as a finger and had a sharp tip, landed on her red silk. When it was wrapped by her red silk, a flame surged and instantly melted the ice blade into water droplets that fell to the ground. Demonis, so you're practicing a fire-based technique. Seeing this, Han Rong's eyes flashed and he spoke in a gloomy voice. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a fart was heard. This loud fart sound was extremely clear and strange. At the same time, it was like oil had been poured on Han Rong's heart, making him go crazy and want to kill Feng Jiu. When Feng Jiu changed from defense to offense, he gathered his hands together, and the air was instantly controlled by him. It condensed and enveloped her. The pressure of a fairy realm expert in the air enveloped her, and the air current rose several feet high. It was as if MT Tai was pressing down on her, and it was very aggressive. He wanted to take her life in one blow. So he poured all of his energy into this blow. In an instant, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds surged. In the sky, dark clouds filled the sky and thunder rumbled. The sand on the ground was swept up. In a few breaths' time, in the dark clouds in the sky, a strong spiritual energy sucked up the sand on the ground and condensed it into a giant sand dragon. Vaguely, the giant sand dragon was like a whirlwind, and the dragon's tail was swaying below. It became bigger and stronger. Hiss. What's that? Heavens! Isn't that the crown prince's residence? Why is there a sand dragon stirring in the sky? Look, the sky above the residence has changed color. Is this a fight between two experts? Hiss. Who dares to fight in the crown prince's residence with no regard for their lives? They even condensed such a powerful sand dragon. Are they trying to kill someone? The scene in the sky above the crown prince's palace shocked everyone in the city. Some families even thought that something big had happened and sent people to investigate. Even in the palace, the monarch furrowed his brows when he heard about this. He ordered people to find out what was going on. And in the study of the manor, Xin Yuan Mose had rushed to the main courtyard after hearing the report from the Shadow Guard. Halfway there, he was also shocked by the powerful and frightening dragon of flying sand in the sky. Damned Han Rong. His face instantly turned ashen. His deep black eyes contained a monstrous fury as he flew towards the main courtyard. There was a trace of fear in his heart. If she was injured in his residence, how could he forgive himself? Han Rong, if he dared to hurt him, he would definitely not let him off. Feng Jiu's hands froze as he looked at the flying sand dragon stirring in the sky with some shock. It turned out that such a strong pressure and airflow was really frightening. It turned out that when a fairy realm expert attacked, if he wanted to kill someone, he would have such a strong explosive force. At this moment, she could even feel the aura of death rushing towards her. Even though her body was protected by the ancient pressure, the blood in her body was also stirred up, and her breathing was slightly chaotic. At this moment, she heard a furious voice coming from somewhere in the residence. Chapter 1321. Feng Jiu was not the only one who heard Xin Yuan Mose's words. Everyone in the mansion heard it as well. They were all shocked and looked towards the main yard of the inner yard. Master actually said that if Han Rong dared to hurt her, he would kill Han Rong. It had to be said that these words set off waves of shock in everyone's hearts. Han Rong's position in the mansion had always been very high. However, it was far from the position of the woman beside Master in Master's heart. It was also because of Xin Yuan Mose's words that the other fairy realm experts who had been quietly observing in the shadows of the mansion finally flashed out. However, because of the pressure that enveloped Feng Jiu and the airflow that trapped her was too strong, they couldn't go to her side. They could only sternly shout at Han Rong from a few meters away from her. Han Rong, you have no respect for your seniors. Stop it now. Several voices contained a strong pressure that was visible to the naked eye. They attacked Han Rong like thunder, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were red, and there was madness, unwillingness, and hatred in his eyes. Xin Yuan Mose's words that he would kill Han Rong if he dared to hurt Han Rong had angered him. Since Han Rong valued this demonic woman so much, he wanted her dead even more. He did not believe that Han Rong would really kill him after he killed her. Demonic woman, today, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Feng Jiu did not do anything else. She just stood there quietly, as if she was being suppressed by Han Rong's pressure. However, her expression was normal, and a dark light flashed in her eyes occasionally. It was as if she was waiting for something. When a few fairy realm powerhouses saw that Feng Jiu was still able to maintain a calm expression even when facing Han Rong's attack, they were secretly surprised. They couldn't help but think to themselves, could it be that he was scared silly? Otherwise, with her cultivation and strength, how could she not be scared? One had to know that even if Master wanted to protect her, it would be too late. Above her head, the huge sand dragon stirring the sky seemed as if it would rush down in the next moment and destroy and devour her. Feng Jiu glanced at the ferocious Han Rong, then looked up at the sand dragon in the sky and muttered, "It's about time. Han Rong, stop." When they saw Han Rong's hands surging with spiritual energy, they couldn't help but be shocked. With the few of them here, if they still couldn't protect the person their master wanted to protect, then, thinking of this, the four of them did not hesitate to attack. For powerful air currents suddenly shot out from their palms and collided with Han Rong, who had condensed a protective air current around her. Bang! Boom! Almost at the same time, the huge sand dragon in the sky exploded into scattered sand, and the spiritual energy instantly disappeared in midair. At the same time, the attacks of the four fairies below broke through Han Rong's protective air current with a bang and collided with Han Rong's body, sending her flying dozens of meters away. This sudden change stunned everyone, both in the open and in the dark. This was because they had all seen that the giant sand dragon in the sky had dispersed and disappeared, and it hadn't been destroyed because of the attacks of the four fairy realm experts below it. It was as if something had been cut off, and in an instant, it could not be controlled and shattered. The flying sand could not condense and scattered, and the spiritual energy dissipated because the supply was cut off. Chapter 13:22. Was it her confidence and calmness? Was it because she knew that Han Rong would not be able to hurt her in the end? Did she do it? How did she do it? When they attacked Han Rong, they also felt that the spiritual energy in his body seemed to have withered. He had lost all his spiritual energy in an instant. He had used up all his spiritual energy, so naturally, he could not control the sand dragon to deliver a fatal blow. But how did she do it? How did she make Han Rong lose all his spiritual energy in an instant? They did not see her do it, that poo. Han Rong spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His face had turned pale because of that attack. His entire body swayed as he staggered and was about to fall. He felt that he had lost all his spiritual energy, and his spiritual energy had disappeared completely. He could not help but look at the red figure in shock. His heart was in turmoil, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Could it be that she had already done something when there was an abnormality in his body and the spiritual energy was constantly being released? Could it be that she was not just fooling around and teasing him, but had already schemed against him? She had predicted that he would not be able to suppress his anger and come to settle the score with her. She had predicted that he would kill her. She had also predicted that he would lose all his spiritual energy and would not be able to hurt her at all. What a good plan. Step by step, he had stepped into her trap without him knowing. She wanted to get rid of him. After today, would Azay let him stay? Impossible. The pressure and air in the sky dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Below, the air in the air gradually dissipated and the pressure dispersed. Feng Jiu, who had been standing quietly, looked at Han Rong, who was looking at her in shock. The corners of her lips curled up, and she revealed an evil and cold smile. Just as her lips curled into a cold smile, a red figure flashed and appeared in front of Han Rong. She grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up against the tree behind him. "You want to kill me?" Han Rong's eyes narrowed. His throat was choked, and he was powerless as he was lifted up against the tree. Just a moment ago, he wanted to kill her and thought that he would definitely be able to kill her. who knew that in the next moment, the situation would turn around. A mere servant dares to be half a master in this manner? I thought you were a smart person, but it seems that I have overestimated you. Her cold voice rang out, and the hand around his neck tightened. Looking at his narrowed eyes, she laughed coldly and threw him to the side, right in front of Xinyuan Mose, who had been standing there for a while. I won't deal with this person. He's your man, so you can deal with him. When it came to people who wanted her life, she would never leave them alive. If this person wasn't one of Xinyuan Mose's men, she would have snapped his neck with one hand. Xinyuan Mose stood there, followed by Hui Lang and Ing Yi. Hui Lang, who had witnessed the previous scene with his own eyes, felt his heart was still beating wildly at this time. He only felt that it was extremely incredible. At this time, when he saw the ghost doctor throw the heavily injured Han Rong in front of his master for him to deal with, his heart froze, and he couldn't help but look at his master. Han Rong had not only watched his master grow up, he had also saved his master and his son's life. Otherwise, his position in this manner would not be so special. Chapter 1323. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes fell on Xinyuan Mose and Han Rong, both in the dark and in the open. They couldn't guess how their master would deal with Han Rong. After all, he was worthy of being addressed as Uncle Han by their master, which was enough to prove that he was different from them. Even so, after he tried to kill Fengjiu, would their master still tolerate him? The atmosphere seemed to have condensed at this moment. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. After Han Rong stood up with his heavily injured body, he looked at Xinyuan Mose. His lips moved slightly as he opened his mouth. Ah, hiss, ah. Just as he opened his mouth to say the first word, before he could even say the words, he let out a shrill scream. That scream pierced through the sky and rushed into the clouds, crashing into everyone's eardrums. It was accompanied by the splattering of blood in front of everyone's eyes, deeply shocking everyone's vision and heart. They only saw their master raise his hand, and a sharp blade of air flew out, chopping off Han Rong's right arm. The moment the arm flew out, the blood splattered all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone's hearts tightened. At this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at their master's expression. They only stared at the blood splattered on the ground and the severed arm, as well as the screaming Han Rong who was holding his severed arm and enduring the intense pain. They saw the disbelief on his face, the unwillingness on his face, and a crazy hatred growing in his eyes. Xinyuan Mose retracted his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. His deep and serene eyes were as deep as a lake, chilling to the bone. He looked condescendingly at Han Rong, who had fallen to the ground. A cold and emotionless voice accompanied by a bloodthirsty, murderous intent came out of his mouth. I have said before, you are not allowed to touch my woman. Looks like you didn't take it to heart. A slave bullying his master. Do you think I won't kill you? Even though you have watched me grow up, you still don't understand my character. His cold gaze carried a bone-chilling coldness as he stared at the person who was sitting in a daze. He watched as the blood that reached his shoulder seeped out from between his palms and dripped to the ground, blooming into snowflakes. I respectfully call you Uncle Han because you've been by my mother's side for so many years. You've also saved the lives of my mother and me when we were young. However, it's not for you to control me as an elder, and it's not for you to have the right to kill my woman. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a force came out from his palm, directly sucking the person on the ground over. A powerful spiritual aura condensed in his palm, and he slapped the person's dantian across the air, shattering the person's dantian. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he destroyed the person's cultivation. Then, he raised his hand and threw the person back to the ground. You touch my reverse scale? This is the price you have to pay. Xinyuan Mose flung his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. His cold voice contained a frightening pressure as he said, Ing Yi Hui Lang, expel him from the Imperial City. He is never allowed to take a step into the Imperial City again. Yes. The two people responded in a deep voice and took a step forward to take the person out. At this time, Han Rong, with one arm broken and his cultivation crippled, was seriously injured. At this time, He no longer had the strength to speak. He could only stare at Fengjiu with a pair of malicious eyes, as if he wanted to remember her face in his mind. Chapter 1324. From being in charge of the Black Dungeon to having his cultivation crippled and banished from the Imperial City, it was as if he had fallen from the sky to the ground. An ordinary person would have bitten off their tongue and committed suicide after such an incident. After all, to a fairy realm expert, having his dantian shattered and his cultivation crippled was worse than being killed. How could he get used to the life of an ordinary person if he was used to the life of an expert? Moreover, they looked at the figure being taken away. With every step that Ying Yi and Hui Lang took, Han Rong's body and face changed visibly. He quickly aged and became an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. For a cultivator, once his cultivation was destroyed and his strength was crippled, he could only become an ordinary person. His lifespan, which was originally increased by his cultivation, would also be reduced because of his cultivation. Han Rong, who was banished like this, would definitely die soon. Xianyuan Mose slowly walked up to Fengjiu and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." She looked at him and asked, "He saved your life and your mother's?" So that's how it was. Huilang only told her that he had watched Mose grow up. He did not mention that he had saved their lives. However, even if he knew, today's scene was inevitable. She only needed to ask a little to know his eating habits. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to guard against her. If he did not want to kill her, today's result would only be him making a fool of himself. However, the moment he wanted to kill her, the result would be different. The surrounding people silently retreated, leaving only the two of them in the same place. Even so, it can't be used as a life-saving talisman to kill you. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the reality of her in his arms, his heart finally calmed down. God knows how anxious and furious he was when he saw that scene. He was afraid that something would happen to her, and even more afraid that the person who hurt her was someone close to him. If that was the case, he would not be able to forgive himself. Fortunately, she was fine and standing in front of him. "Sorry, I made you worry." Fengjiu wrapped his arms around his waist and pressed his face against his chest, apologizing softly. Although she was prepared, he didn't know. When she heard his anxious and worried voice coming from the manor, she didn't feel good. He rested his chin on the top of her head and gently stroked her soft hair with one hand. He said slowly, "It's good that you're okay." In the Imperial Palace, when the monarch heard the news from the secret guard, he was furious and slammed his hand on the armrest. This Han Rong actually wants to kill Fengjiu? How audacious! Who did he think he was? Even a servant dares to be so lawless. How presumptuous! The shadow guard lowered his head and reported, "The crown prince has already chopped off one of his arms, crippled his cultivation, and expelled him from the Imperial City." Oof. If he didn't do that, I wouldn't mind helping him. I've long disliked that Han Rong. The monarch gave a cold snort. He was quite satisfied with Xianyuan Mose's actions. However, because of this, it has alarmed the various powers in the Imperial City. Other than the monarch sending this subordinate to investigate, the various powers in the Imperial City have also sent people to investigate. This subordinate estimates that in a day or two, the news of the crown prince having a woman by his side will spread. Chapter 1325. After a long while, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Let's not bother about him. He can handle his own matters." As he spoke, he stood up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. As the news of the crown prince cutting off one of Han Rong's arms and banishing her spread, the various powers in the Imperial City were curious as to who that woman was. Thus, they secretly asked around. However, the people in the crown prince's residence were tight-lipped, and they could not get any information out of them. They did not even know what that woman looked like. They could only ask around on the streets, and they found out that the woman was dressed in red, and her face was covered by a veil. Crown Prince Xianyuan Mose did not have a single woman by his side all year round. Now that such a woman had suddenly appeared, and he had even crippled an important person by his side for her, it was obvious that this woman had a special place in his heart. However, No matter how curious they were, they could not find out any other information about that woman a few days later in the residence. Feng Jiu was resting on a soft couch in the courtyard with his eyes closed, while Xin Yuan Mose was taking care of business at the stone table beside him. Dong Er had been sent away, and the remaining 3 people, after witnessing the scene from a few days ago, had lost all interest in Xin Yuan Mose. They even avoided him, afraid that if they got too close, Feng Jiu would be angered and punish them. On the evening of the day that Han Rong was banished, the 3 of them knelt in front of Feng Jiu and told him everything that Han Rong had asked them to do. They did not dare to hide anything. Feng Jiu already knew about this, but seeing that the 3 of them were more obedient, he did not pay much attention to them. He only allowed them to stay by her side to assist her, and when she was about to leave, he would arrange for them to be in the outer courtyard. She lay on the soft couch with her eyes closed and waved her hand to dismiss the few people who were massaging her legs. She looked at the sky and then looked at Xin Yuan Mose, who was taking care of business. She paused for a moment and said, "Mose, I plan to leave." As soon as she said this, the busy Xin Yuan Mose paused and looked at her. "You're leaving? So soon? Didn't you say you have a few months?" Feng Jiu rolled his eyes. "I've been living here for more than 2 months, including the journey back and forth. Isn't that a few months? Can't you stay for a few more days?" he asked with a slight frown. He looked at her and said, "Actually, you can let me handle your matters." This way, she wouldn't have to leave and could stay by his side. However, he knew that she didn't want to rely on him. He knew that she wanted to become stronger. Thus, even if he was reluctant, he could only let her handle it herself and train herself. "Stay for 2 more days. I'll stay for 2 more days before leaving." She sat up and said, "I'm already here. What's there to be reluctant about? What's more, as long as I have the chance, I'll come back to see you. You can tell me where you want to go. That way, I can go and see you." Unexpectedly, she smiled slyly. "I'm not telling you." Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. "All right, even if you don't tell me, I'll find out in the future. Since you're leaving, I won't do anything else these 2 days. I'll accompany you. You should go and take care of your business. Don't delay it." Chapter 13:26. "Do you really want to accompany me?" She blinked, and her eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, as if she was thinking of something evil. "Yes," he replied, and waited for her to continue. She immediately jumped up and said, "Then let's change our clothes and go out. You can put on a beard while you're at it." Hearing this, he glanced at her with a strange expression and said, "Didn't you think that I'm too old?" She kept calling him uncle, and now she wanted him to change in Ling Mohan. She held back her laughter and said, "Why would I? Even if you're old, you're still a very handsome and cool uncle. Don't worry, I won't dislike you no matter what. It's just that if you go out with me like this, you'll be too eye-catching, especially when those women are staring at you. So, it's better that we change our appearance when we go out to play." Thus, she pushed him into the room and called Hui Lang to help him change into his clothes and put on his beard. She quickly went into the room and found a green robe to put on, and then slightly trimmed it before walking out of the room. When she came out, she saw Xin Yuan Mose, who was wearing a gray robe and had a big beard on his face, sitting there drinking tea. She immediately walked up to him with a smile and looked at him from head to toe. "Uncle, you look so friendly. Sigh, I haven't seen you with a big beard in a long time." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's mouth twitched. He glanced at her and saw that she was wearing a green robe, which was inconspicuous and not ostentatious. Even her face had been groomed. He nodded and said, "You look good. Let's go." He stood up and naturally held her hand as they walked out the door. Seeing the 2 of them go out, Hui Lang and Ying Yi watched from behind. After a while, Hui Lang elbowed Ying Yi beside him and said, "Do you think we should follow them?" "Yes," Ying Yi said and had already moved forward. Seeing this, Hui Lang grinned and also moved forward, following behind them secretly. When the 2 of them followed in the dark, they saw the bearded man holding the hand of a white-robed youth walking on the street. Ying Yi's eyes flashed and a smile appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, Hui Lang was even more direct. He grinned and looked at the 2 people who acted as if there was no one else around them. "Master is so domineering. You see, the entire street seems to only be occupied by the two of them. Two grown men holding hands on the street. This scene is so strange no matter how you look at it. As long as Master thinks it's good, it's fine. Don't talk too much. He said in a low voice. Huilang couldn't help but grin when he saw the crowd sizing up the two of them from time to time. He didn't say anything else and just quietly followed them in the dark. Xianyuan Mose completely ignored the gazes around him. He held her hand and looked around. When he saw a small stall selling sugar-fried chestnuts on the street ahead, he walked over with Fengjiu. "Give me a pack." As soon as he finished speaking, the money was already placed on the stall. "Okay." The peddler's tone was brisk. He quickly packed a pack of sugar-fried chestnuts and handed it over. "Guest, your sugar-fried chestnuts are delicious. Come again next time." As he spoke, he curiously looked at the two holding hands. These two grown men were actually holding hands on the street? That was way too bold of him. Chapter 13:27. "Here, open your mouth." She brought the peeled chestnuts to his mouth. At that moment, the people on the street who were curious about the two of them could not help but widen their eyes when they saw them. Xianyuan Mose glanced at the people on the street who were looking at them curiously with wide eyes. He looked a little embarrassed and a little uncomfortable, but his heart was faintly jumping with joy and joy. He was uncomfortable and embarrassed because he had never acted like this in front of others, but he was happy because Fengjiu was not afraid of the people's gazes and intimately fed him food. This kind of feeling was just like a public display of affection. Thinking of this, he proudly glanced at the people around him. Under those people's gazes, he opened his mouth and ate the chestnut she brought to his mouth. His ears were slightly red, but his face was still cold. He nodded and said, "And it tastes good." It was more than just good. It was so sweet that it entered his heart and made him feel like he was floating. Fengjiu did not know what he was thinking. In addition, half of his face was covered by the big beard, so she could not see his expression clearly. She only knew that he habitually kept a straight face and looked like he did not want anyone to get close to him. She smiled and said, "You like it? Then I'll peel it for you." "Okay." Her short reply couldn't hide the joy in her eyes and the joy in her heart. The two of them walked and strolled. When Fengjiu came across something interesting, she would stop to take a look and touch it, while Xianyuan Mose would ask from the side, "You like it? I'll buy it." After walking down a few streets, Fengjiu could not help but facepalm. "Don't buy any more. I've just looked at it a little longer. If I buy everything that I looked at a little longer, it would be a waste. Besides, there are some things that I don't need. It's okay. I have money." Hearing his domineering words, Fengjiu could not help but laugh. She looked at him and said, Yes, I know you have money. You're amazing. This man, how could he be so cute?" Two country bumpkins. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out, attracting their attention. The two of them looked at each other, then looked at the person who spoke. They saw a few well-dressed young masters with two women standing not far away. One of them was holding a fan in his hand and was leisurely fanning himself. His eyes were looking at them with disdain and contempt. "They're not just two country bumpkins. I think they're gay. How can it be normal for two grown men to act so intimately on the street?" Xianyuan Mose glanced at them and frowned. His eyes were filled with displeasure. Fengjiu chuckled and held his hand. "Don't worry about them. Let's go. They were just irrelevant people. Why should he get angry over them? Moreover, what do they know? One had to know that sometimes what one saw with their eyes might not be true. Of course, they wanted to leave and didn't bicker with them, but those people thought that they were easy to bully because they backed down. Unexpectedly, they raised their voice and said, "Hey, didn't you say you have money? Do you dare to go somewhere with us to play?" Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu continued to walk forward, pretending not to hear. "What? You don't dare?" A few men stepped forward and blocked their way. They stared at their clothes and said, "You dare to say you have money in front of this young master? How arrogant." Chapter 13:28. He glanced at him. It's that bastard brother of his, using his concubine mother's favor to stir up trouble all day long. But this time he's provoked Master and the Ghost Doctor. His ability isn't small either. When I go back and tell Yang Yong about it, I reckon his face will darken. All right, stop talking. Look in front. He gestured for him to keep quiet. Feng Jiu, who was originally preparing to leave, stopped in his tracks and sized up the person, asking, "Are you very rich?" That person raised his chin like a proud peacock. "Of course. Brat, you're not from here, right? You don't recognize this young master?" "That's right. This is young Master Yang, an aristocratic family from the imperial city. His elder brother, Yang Yong, is a favorite of the crown prince." The two men standing next to him laughed as they announced Yang Yong's identity. When they heard this, Xianyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu's expressions changed. A strange look flashed across their eyes. Yang Yong's younger brother? This guy? The two of them carefully sized him up again, seeing that this person was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, not even a golden core stage cultivator. He was dressed like a noble young master, but this kind of temperament, this kind of posture, made people not dare to be respectful. "Where did you say we were going?" Feng Jiu asked with a smile, his eyes flashing with a cunning light. When they heard this, they looked at each other, revealing a cold smile. That bastard brother of Yang Yong glanced at the two of them, then turned to leave. "Follow me if you have the guts." He turned to leave. The people behind him also followed. It was very obvious that he was the leader of the group. "Let's go and have some fun," Feng Jiu said with a smile, pulling Xianyuan Mo's to follow them. "It can't be. The place you were talking about is the casino?" Feng Jiu looked at the noisy place in front of her. The sounds of people placing their bets and opening their hands messily entered her ears. She had been in the imperial city for so long, but this was the first time she had been to a casino in the imperial city. Looking at the scale, it was actually quite big. "What? Scared? This is the most luxurious casino in the imperial city. You'll need at least 10,000 gold coins to enter this place. Today, you're only able to enter because of me." Yang Yong's younger brother had a smug look on his face as he took out an identity jade card and led them inside. As for the two women who had been following him, they stopped outside the casino and left. After all, they were women. If news of them entering such a place spread, it would be bad for their reputation. Therefore, they did not follow them in. Feng Jiu looked at the small mountain of gold coins on the table, and his eyes lit up. "Scared. I'm really scared. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the imperial city. If Ning Lang, who loved money as much as his life, came here, he probably wouldn't be able to take a step forward." Xianyuan Mo's, who was next to her, saw her eyes shining as she stared at the gold coins and treasures on the table. He couldn't help but shake his head. Her interests and hobbies seemed to be different from ordinary girls. So it's third young Master Yang who has come. A steward came out to greet them. In the midst of the lively scene, he cupped his hands and bowed to the man surnamed Yang. He looked at the two men beside him, as well as Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mo's, and asked, "Third young Master Yang, did you bring your friends here to play? What do you want to play today?" Chapter 1329. "Brat, what are you playing over there? This young master called you here so that you can bet with me." He shouted in annoyance. "I'm going to win some money first." Feng Jiu replied, without turning her head. She stared at the two colored cups on the table and heard the people around her shouting for big and small. She grinned and shouted big. Xianyuan Mo's watched her play and did not stop her. Seeing her win a lot after a few rounds, many people around them exclaimed that this youth was lucky. But luck? As for her, he had never thought that she relied on luck. "Pfft, didn't you say you were rich? So you don't even have money." Yang Sen sneered and opened his fan. He glanced at the young man who was gambling enthusiastically, then looked at the bearded man and asked, "Hey, aren't you going down to play a few rounds?" Xianyuan Mo's did not even pay attention to him. His attention was only on Feng Jiu. "All in," Feng Jiu shouted and pushed the small mountain of gold coins in front of him to the side of the big cup. "You're betting big again? You've already won 5 rounds of big. There's no way you're betting big again." That's right. Little brother, you're betting so much money on big. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose everything in small? What's there to worry about? Of those who could come here to play, which one of them didn't have money? Maybe they won't even care about this little bit. That's true. Ha ha ha. Then I won't bet. I won't bet on big with him. I'll bet on small too. Small. I'll definitely bet on small this round. Good. I'm done betting. At the same time, the cover of the cup was removed, revealing the numbers inside. 4, 5, 6 big. Haha, I won again, Fengjiu said happily. He withdrew his hand and put the gold coins in front of him. He took out his chinquin pouch and began to put them in. The people around them could not help but feel jealous. Little brother, are you betting big or small this time? I'll bet with you this round. That's right, I'll follow you too. Little brother, do you want to buy big or small? All of them were asking questions, thinking that they would definitely win if they followed this young man. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and waved his hand. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to play with the one over there. You guys continue. With that, he left the table. Look, we've won so much. She handed the chinquin pouch to Xianyuan Mose with a face full of joy. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Yangxin glanced at Fengjiu and said, Let's go. Let's go up there and play big. You have money? Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. If you don't have real money, I won't play with you. Tisk, do you think I don't have money? Don't you know that our Yang family is the wealthiest among the aristocratic families in the imperial city? As he spoke, he turned to the steward beside him and said, Lead the way, get a table on the second floor. All right, third young master Yang, please come upstairs. Everyone, please come upstairs. The steward gestured for them to go up and, at the same time, glanced at Fengjiu. They had gambled a few times and won all of them. This was definitely not a fluke. However, this third young master Yang had been in the casino for a long time and had some skills. It would be difficult for this young man to beat him. Chapter 1330. Stepping into the second floor, it was obviously different from the first floor. The upper floors were separated by rooms, but they were not enclosed rooms. Instead, there was a screen separating each long table. There were also chairs placed beside the tables. The tables on the first floor did not have chairs. Everyone was crowding around the tables gambling. It was obvious that the difference on the second floor was slightly better. She glanced around. Because of the screen, she could only vaguely see people sitting at each long table, but she could not see the bets on the table. They were led by the manager to another long table. The few of them sat down, and the servants served tea and snacks. At the same time, a woman in tight clothes was sent over to ask them how they would like to play. How do you want to play? Tell me. I'll go easy on you. As Yangxin spoke, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose with disdain. Since you have so much money, of course we'll gamble. Fengjiu said matter-of-factly. He picked up the gambling cup on the table and shook it. He asked, Just the two of us? Do they want to play? He looked at the other two men. Yes, we have to play with you no matter what, right? The two of them said in unison. They naturally dared to gamble. After all, as the children of aristocratic families, they still had some money on them. Moreover, with Yangxin around, they naturally felt more at ease. After all, Yangxin had learned gambling skills before. All right, let's play the most direct game, big or small. No problem. The few of them began to play. Xianyuan Mose watched from the side and did not say anything. Among the two of them, he did not play. Only Fengjiu played with them. When Fengjiu won one round after another, Yangxin was still able to hold his ground. As for the other two, their foreheads were already sweating. Should we bet on big or small? The two of them looked at Yangxin and asked. Small. Yangxin frowned and said. After betting gold coins, the two of them could only take out their valuables and bet. When the results came out big again, their faces instantly turned pale. There's nothing left. We've all lost. This is going to be troublesome. How am I going to explain this when I get back? The two of them sat there absent-mindedly, watching as even the valuables on their waist were taken away by the young man. Looking at his satisfied and happy face, they were so angry that they clenched their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, they had already lost to the point that they had even taken off their clothes. Their upper bodies were naked, only wearing a pair of pants that reached their thighs. They were ashamed and angry. If they had known that this kid's gambling skills were so good, they wouldn't have gambled with him, even if they were beaten to death. However, even if they regretted it now, they couldn't get back what they had lost. Get out. Xianyuan Mose glanced at them, feeling that the two men's bare upper bodies were an eyesore. The two of them only felt a powerful and intimidating pressure coming at them, causing their faces to turn pale. They didn't even dare to speak or resist. They just stood up and walked out just like that. They went down the first floor and quickly left. Fengjiu, who was sitting at the side, held his chin with one hand and tilted his head slightly to look at Xin Yuanmo's. He smiled and asked, "Do you want to play a few rounds as well?" "No need, you can play," he said and took a sip of tea.